you can try, but I found the antidote. Music is the cure. So you can try to paralyze, but I know best this time. No more poison, killing my emotions. I will not be frozen. Dancing is my remedy, remedy. I'll stop praying, 'cause I'm not playing. I'm not frozen. Dancing is my remedy, remedy. I'll move while you're watching me dance with the enemy. I got a remedy. Move while you're watching me dance with the enemy. Yeah, it's my remedy. And when the music fades away, I know I'll be okay. Contagious rhythms in my brain. Let it play. No more poison, killing my emotion. I will not be frozen. Dancing is my remedy, remedy. I'll stop praying, 'cause I'm not playing. I'm not frozen. Dancing is my remedy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we ask you to please find your seat. Our program will get started in just a moment.
Move while you're watching me dance with the enemy. Yeah, it's my remedy. Move while you're watching me dance with the enemy. I got a remedy. Move while you're watching me dance with the enemy. Yeah, it's my remedy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Nurture NJ Leadership Summit. At this time, please welcome Tiffany Clark, Director, Afton Bloom.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Tiffany Clark, and I'm a director with Afton Bloom, which is a mission-driven strategic advisory group that's worked quite closely with the Nurture New Jersey team over the years. As people take their seats, I'll let you know the formal program will begin shortly. But before we get into that, we wanted to offer a quick icebreaker that serves a dual purpose. One is helping us get to know each other a bit as we settle into this space together this morning. And the second is familiarizing ourselves with technology that we're going to use today called Mentimeter that lets us really elevate key ideas coming from the room live during the event. So I'll just lead us through a couple quick questions to orient us to Mentimeter and to learn about who's in the room today. Okay, so you can see projected on the screen and printed at your tables a QR code and also a URL with a numerical code. So if you could take your phones out and either scan the QR code or use your browser to open the link to menti.com and put in the code, that will take you to the Mentimeter that we're going to use for today's event. I'll give folks a minute to do that. Okay, I see phones out. It looks like people are feeling relatively comfortable still logging in. I'm just going to give a couple more seconds. Okay, so let's start getting to know who's in the room today. Let's start by letting us know where you're from and however you think about that. And you'll see that the responses are going to start populating live onto the slide as you enter them. See a beautiful mix of New Jersey cities and towns populating here, but also cities and towns from elsewhere. We have people from various places across the country as well as from all across the state. Okay, let's go to the next one. How would you describe yourself? I'm very interested to see the word cloud on this one. How much similarity or difference would we have if you were to describe yourself in one word? It's beautiful to see passionate, dedicated, leader, kind. I think that very much really captures the spirit of folks in this room, as well as many other terms that are showing up. Empathetic, advocates, caring, thoughtful, as well as roles that you all play in the work that you do. Let's go to the next one. And I know I'm moving quick, but this is really just to get us comfortable with the technology. What's one thing you're excited about for today's event? It really could be anything. Chances to connect with others, to hear from incredible speakers, to discuss topics of interest, to learn something new, or anything else that's on your minds. I see networking and connecting, learning, meeting new people, partnering, sharing, being inspired. Very exciting. I think we have time for one more, and I'm going to actually suggest we skip the next word cloud and go to the final slide for this icebreaker, because I am very curious what people are going to say. Pork roll or Taylor ham? Make your vote now. Okay, I see pork roll is in the lead. Feel free, if anybody needs to discuss this, debrief this during a break, feel free to connect with others around you. All right. Well, thank you all for going on this quick but fun journey. Thank you for being here. I'm going to turn it back over to our omniscient MC as we get started for the day. Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please welcome First Lady Tammy Murphy.
Thank you, Tiffany. That was good, and I'm glad to report that I'm from Central Jersey, so I said both. Good morning, and welcome everyone to our 8th and final Nurture NJ Maternal and Infant Health Summit. This year, we are joined by nearly 800 people here in person, and hundreds more who are watching online, which is really a powerful testament to what this movement has become. I not only want to thank you for leaning in, but I also owe a huge thank you to Stockton University for putting together today's incredible event. Before we begin, I want to make sure everyone is aware of our digital brochure, which contains much more information on programs and initiatives from our Nurture NJ partners. You can access the digital brochure through the QR code on your badge. Okay? Okay, looking out at this room, I see both many familiar faces and many new partners. From our very first summit of maybe 100 people under a tent at the governor's mansion to myriad convenings leading up to today, you have shown up again and again for New Jersey's moms, babies, and families. For this reason, I want to start with something very simple. Thank you.
Thank you to the clinicians, to the doulas, to the midwives, the nurses, the social workers, lactation consultants, home visitors, public health leaders, community advocates, faith leaders, researchers, state and local officials, philanthropic partners, and, of course, the moms and family members who are here with us today. From the beginning, we knew that Nurture NJ could never be about one office, one administration, or one single program. It had to be a movement. And over these 8 years, we have built a community of partners across neighborhoods, cities, our state, our country, and even across the world. This truly is the magic of Nurture NJ. The thousands of people have come together under one umbrella, united in their commitment to make New Jersey the safest and most equitable state in the country to deliver and raise a baby, and to ensure that community voices always lead the way. Because of literally all of you, that movement is real, it's powerful, and it's making a measurable difference. When we began this work nearly 8 years ago, New Jersey was literally in a crisis. As you've heard me say serially, a black mother in New Jersey was more than 7 times more likely than a white mother to die from maternity-related complications, and a black baby was 3 times more likely than a white baby to die before his or her first birthday. Hispanic mothers and babies face similarly unacceptable disparities. As a state, we rank near the bottom for maternal mortality, clocking in at 47th out of all 50 states. We had systems that were fragmented, supports that were hard to access, and policies that too often ignored the voices of the very families we were serving. And so we started where any good work should begin, by listening. We started with a statewide listening tour. We sat with hospital CEOs and community doulas, with pastors and public health nurses, with mothers and grandmothers who trusted us with some of their most painful stories and most hopeful dreams. What we heard was clear. Our systems were siloed. Our policies were not keeping up with families who actually needed them. And the burden of navigating all of it fell hardest on Black and brown moms. Those conversations led directly to our first Nurture NJ Summit and to the commitment that every year we would come back together to continue listening, learning, and designing solutions side by side. On Maternal Health Awareness Day in 2019, we launched Nurture NJ with a simple but ambitious goal to make New Jersey the safest and most equitable state in the nation to deliver and raise a baby. I suspect you'll hear that more than once today because I think it'll sink in after a while. We knew this would require much more than a slogan and better access to prenatal care. It would require an entire reimagining of how we support mothers, infants, and families at every level of our system. So we rolled up our sleeves together. In 2021, we released the Nurture NJ Maternal and Infant Health Strategic Plan, a blueprint informed by national experts and built with the input of hundreds of individuals across New Jersey, including, importantly, moms and families themselves. Since then, we've completed or made significant headway on more than half of the plan's 80-plus recommendations. Together, we have become the 3rd state in the nation to cover doula care through Medicaid, and the 1st state to require community-based doula training for reimbursement, thus ensuring that care is culturally competent and grounded in community. Expanded Medicaid coverage to 365 days postpartum, recognizing that the 4th trimester is just as critical as the delivery room, given more maternal deaths occur postpartum than at any other time. Launched Family Connects NJ, our universal nurse home visitation program that offers every new patient and parent a free nurse visit in the first weeks after bringing home a baby. Established the New Jersey Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Authority, better known as MIA, the first and only state authority in the nation dedicated solely to the health and wellness of mothers and babies, and broke ground on what will be the first and only center of its kind in America, focusing solely on moms and babies. I think of Cleveland Clinic or the MD Anderson of this space in Trenton. As we have backed this work with real policy and real dollars, more than 70 pieces of maternal and infant health legislation signed by my husband and hundreds of millions of dollars invested in programs, systems, and community partnerships across the state. This is what happens when we stop treating maternal health as a side issue and start treating it as the foundation of a healthy, thriving state. I'm proud to say that the data now affirms what families and providers have been feeling on the ground. According to America's Health Rankings, over the past 8 years, New Jersey has improved its maternal mortality ranking from 47th in the nation to what has now been brought up to 25th. There's more. Our severe maternal morbidity ranking has improved from 32nd to 18th. Our breastfeeding ranking has increased from 36th to 18th. Our low-risk cesarean birth rate has fallen, most significantly for those covered by Medicaid, while the national rate has been on the rise. Use of paid family leave has jumped by 70% since we strengthened and expanded our paid leave programs. And through Family Connects, nearly 8,000 families have been visited by a nurse in their home in the weeks following the birth of a baby. In just the first year of implementation, 17% of those families received at least one referral for an urgent health or mental health concern, and 76% received at least one referral for additional resources and support, such as for food, diapers, and more. I have to just say, because I know she's sitting right here, we would not have been there without Atia Weiss and the Burke Foundation. So Atia, thank you for doing this pilot. For those of you who are not familiar, the Burke Foundation did a pilot project in Mercer County, and that was the beginning of what is an incredible program, the most robust in America, and I'm super proud of it. These are not just numbers. They represent lives saved, complications prevented, and families who felt seen, supported, and cared for at one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. But the impact of Nurture NJ goes beyond any single statistic or program. One of the things I am most proud of is how we have chosen to do this work. Guided by the principle of nothing about us without us, we have worked to transform the typical approach to policymaking in state government. With our partners at the John S. Watson Institute at Kane University, we conducted deep community engagement in Trenton to design the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center, a center built by the community and for the community. Their input shaped and continues to inform everything from its location, its services, and its physical design. Through MIA, we have a 15-member board, which will also have an 11-member community advisory committee with members drawn from the communities bearing the highest burden of infant mortality. Residents from municipalities with the highest Black and maternal infant mortality rates have a literal seat at the table and a voice in decision-making. Across the administration, we have routinely convened 22 departments and agencies, from Health and Human Services to Labor, Treasury, Environmental Protection, in recognition of the fact that maternal and infant health is not just a healthcare issue, but a housing issue, a transportation issue, an environmental justice issue, and an economic justice issue. Rutgers School of Public Health has documented not only the direct impact of this work, but also the indirect effects, from validating community-led efforts to strengthening partnerships and widening who is included in the conversation. That, to me, is a sign of true cultural shift. As many of you know, I'm a mother of 4. My children are now grown, at least physically, but I remember each of their births as if they were yesterday. I remember the fear I had when I had an unexpected reaction to Pitocin with my first. the stress of delivering my second while Phil was in the ER with our toddler, the exhaustion of bringing home our third to a house already bursting with construction chaos, and the unsettling realization that the doctor I had grown to trust would not be the one delivering our last baby. When neither Phil nor I were listened to, and by the way, Phil's hard not to listen to, so I just want the record to show. But when neither of us were listened to, the doctor entirely missed the delivery of our youngest. But thankfully, an incredibly capable nurse stepped in and handled what was a very complicated and dangerous delivery. I also remember the ways in which I was privileged by my race, by my resources, by my access to care and information. I've never forgotten that for too many moms here in New Jersey, especially Black moms and those of color, pregnancy and childbirth are not just stressful. They can be dangerous or even deadly. This work has been, without question, the most meaningful work of my time as First Lady and my life. It also is deeply personal, and I hope it will be seen as all of our collective legacy to the families we serve. Therefore, I view today's summit as both a celebration and a call to action. We will look honestly at what we have achieved and at where we have more work to do. We will lift up stories and models from local communities and national partners, and we will focus on what it will take to ensure that the progress we have made not only continues, but also accelerates under the next administration. You will hear today about listening to families and centering community in maternal health equity and what it means to move from listening to shared power and decision-making, from local to global partnerships, and how we can break down silos between health systems, community-based organizations, philanthropy, and government in New Jersey and beyond. And you will hear from our extraordinary partners at MIA, who will share their vision for carrying this work forward for many years to come. The reality is this: administrations will continue to change, and babies will continue to be born here in New Jersey. Our responsibility is to make sure that every future administration and every future legislature and every future health system leader sees maternal and infant health not as optional, but as essential. And our hope is that this summit and the movement that all of you have helped to build sets the model for how others across the nation and honestly around the world can strengthen partnerships, center community voices, and join us in creating the safest state in the safest nation to deliver and raise a baby. With MIA, with the strategic plan, with the evaluation work from Rutgers, with the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center, and with all of you powering this movement, I am more certain than ever that what we have built will continue to grow in the years to come. And on that note, I'm not sure if I'm able to do this yet. I am. Fabulous. Okay. And on that note, it's my normal way to introduce a governor who's very special to me. But I have to tell you, I want to today welcome New Jersey's next governor, a fierce champion of New Jersey's mothers and babies. Before I pass the mic, I just want to remind you all, if you missed Colbert last week, you have no idea how relevant it is to actually have this incredible, amazing woman here. Did you know she delivered a baby in the back of a taxi? Oh my, I hadn't realized. Everybody, here is to the 57th governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill.
Morning. Wow. It is really, really great to be here with all of you today. Really an honor. not just as New Jersey's next governor, but as a mom of 4 kids. And yes, you heard it. One of them, I delivered myself. I don't recommend it. But before I say anything about the road ahead, I want to start with talking a little bit about the woman who has brought us all in this room together today. First Lady Tammy Murphy has spent the last 8 years rolling up her sleeves and doing the hard, detailed work to change New Jersey's reality as one of the most dangerous states in the nation to deliver a baby, particularly for Black women. Because of Nurture NJ and the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Authority, and because of the relentless advocacy of so many of you here in this room, New Jersey has taken real steps towards becoming a safer place for Black mothers, Black babies, and Black children. Excuse me. That progress did not happen by accident. It happened because government thank you. And community leaders are working together. You've had an incredible champion in the First Lady. And together you've brought partners from neighborhoods, hospitals, governments, philanthropy, and beyond to the table to create lasting change. First Lady Tammy Murphy, on behalf of the families of this state, thank you. Thank you for insisting that maternal and infant health equity is not a side project. It is core to who we are as a state. As I stand here today, I want everyone to know this. I'm committed to continuing that important work to improve maternal health outcomes, particularly for Black women in the state of New Jersey. And throughout my campaign, I traveled across the state hearing harrowing stories from mothers trying to receive the maternal health care they deserve. One that always sticks out to me is that of a woman who could not receive proper care, was not listened to at the hospital where she worked while she was pregnant and while she was in labor. That's unacceptable. So as governor, I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to invest in systems that will improve Black maternal health outcomes across this state. We'll work to expand programs that build the midwife and doula workforce and leverage telehealth services, remote monitoring, and home visiting programs to support postpartum outcomes and healthy infants. When advocates and lawmakers across the country ask, what does it look like to build a system where new mothers and babies have access to all the care they need, I want them to point to New Jersey, to Nurture NJ, to the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center, to the community partnerships you are building in Newark, Camden, Trenton, Patterson, Atlantic City, and every corner of our state. So, to everyone in this room, clinicians, doulas, midwives, advocates, researchers, community leaders, first ladies, thank you for what you have already done to change the story for our moms and for our babies, for believing that New Jersey could and must do better, that the status quo was not okay, and for building the partnerships that make this summit possible. I'm honored to continue this work alongside all of you. My door is always open, and I look forward to working together to deliver better outcomes for women across this state. And together, we're going to build a New Jersey where every pregnancy is safer, every birth is more joyful, and every family is heard, cared for, and able to thrive. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mikey. Thanks so much. How about that awesome woman? So you're all safe. You heard it right out of the horse's mouth. So we're all set. I'm really happy. I can go home now. Okay, so now it is my absolute pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction in this space. Latham Thomas is the founder of Mama Glow, a global leader in doula training, reproductive justice, and community-centered care. She is a visionary birth worker, educator, and advocate who has helped shape how we think about dignity, agency, and joy in pregnancy and childbirth, particularly for Black women and birthing people. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Latham Thomas. Hi, Lise.
Good morning. Well, y'all sound asleep. We're going to need more energy. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you all so much for this opportunity. Good morning. My name is Latham Thomas, and I'm the founder of the global maternal health and education platform, Mama Glow, and the 501c3 nonprofit, the Mama Glow Foundation. It's a joy and an honor to be here with you today to kick off Nurture NJ's Leadership Summit, y'all. Yes. And this is a beloved gathering born from the heart and hard work of First Lady Tammy Murphy and her team of servant leaders committed to improving maternal health outcomes in the state of New Jersey. And today we center our voices, our experiences, storytelling, and solutions grounded in community. I want to first start by thanking the First Lady for the incredible work that you do every day, every single day, to transform systems, uplift families, and ensure that our communities not only survive, but they thrive. Your commitment to making New Jersey the safest and most equitable state in the nation to deliver and raise a baby has yielded tangible results during your tenure, moving New Jersey from 47th in the nation to 25th in maternal mortality rates, which is a 44% improvement in rank. Thank you for having me today and acknowledging the work we are doing at Mama Glow and the Mama Glow Foundation to increase doula access, advocate for birth justice, and expand the circle of care for families and communities nationwide to ensure that every birthing person receives compassionate, informed support that they deserve. And to the entire team at Nurture New Jersey, thank you for organizing and bringing together everyone for this gathering and this celebration. And I also want to say that in this room today, and in this moment, it's really special. This gathering, this configuration of individuals, the people sitting at your table, this will never happen again, and not in the same way. Even if we come together, it won't be in the same way. And so please acknowledge the importance of this moment, the value of what's being brought today, but also the people who are sitting at the table with you. There's magic in this room, and this room is made of change makers. So make sure that you leave with like a group chat, all right? Connect and continue the work and grow it forward. And so I stand here today resting on the shoulders of so many who have come before me. I am the descendant of Terry Anita Carter and William C. Thomas, of Barbara Jean Latham and John Poole Carter, who descended from mighty men and women who navigated and survived the horrors of enslavement, land theft, genocide, and sang lullabies as they carried babies on their hips, escaping the clutches of Jim Crow terror. I am the scent of sweet vanilla bean, coconut milk, ripe sun-kissed mango in the summertime, and fresh cinnamon bark. I am the sound of fried okra crackling in a cast iron skillet. I am the taste of honeycomb harvested deep in the dark forest. I am from Brooklyn by way of Oakland, California. And I believe that we come from a mighty people. I am a commitment to healing, birthing, and teaching through joy. I am Latham Thomas, mother of Fulano Labrisi. My pronouns are she, her. And my intention is to be obedient to my calling as a birth keeper. I honor the midwives, the ancestors, the community leaders, the root doctors, brujas, birth workers, the caregivers, and healers who come before me, those who poured into me, laid hands on me, and blessed my path, and those who have crossed over into the spirit realm, those who practice out of kitchens and back porches, who cultivated the land and kept us tethered to it, those whose hands would catch black babies by moonlight and whose prayers were blankets that covered us, those who would sing hymns while stirring pots of greens and swaying hips in house shoes with elbows glistening of Vaseline, those whose voices braided scripture into our souls and turned sorrow into lullabies, those who knew the language of roots and remedies, of camphor and castor oil, of lavender tucked in pillowcases, those who cloaked themselves with medicine, had tincture in the cabinet and weeds in the back that could get rid of that cough, and the ones who would help bring the baby down, the ones who midwife miracles with calloused fingers, who would read the skies like scripture, moved through the world with a hush of ancestral knowing, those who carried psalms in their back pocket, mothers who dreamt in stolen hours, and those whose laughter was low and full like thunder wrapped in the sweetness of honey, birth workers who held the threshold open between breath and spirit, body and becoming, whose very presence stitched the veil between worlds, standing as witness, as weeping willow, as wellspring. They stood between the altar and the offering, those who always remembered even when the world forgot us, those whose magic lives on in each of us that is here today. It was these women who fortified our communities in the good times and when institutions failed us. We, my beloveds, are the living prayers of our ancestors made manifest. Say yes. We are carrying forward a lineage of resistance, resilience, and of radical community care. Say yes. And so I'm so grateful to be here. I've also been thinking a lot about the theme of this gathering, United for Change and Centered in Community. And that really underscores that maternal health equity is rooted in collective action. Real transformation happens when we listen to and invest in and uplift communities most impacted by disparities. When communities are empowered and their wisdom is prioritized, we can drive meaningful policy change, expand access to supportive care like doulas, and create environments where mothers and birthing people can experience dignified and respectful care. So we gather here in the spirit of healing and of growth, and not just to confront the harm that has shaped our stories, but to nurture the power, wisdom, and love, as well as resilience passed down through our genes. Our legacies are complex, and we hold trauma, but we also hold triumph and resilience. And we carry pain that's also deep, but also ancestral joy. And so this collective action and advocacy really are not optional. I don't know where y'all been living for the past couple years, but a couple months. We have to survive. This is not optional, but the heartbeat of our survival and the path to our liberation. This year's theme reminds us that when communities are centered in the conversation, we create systems of care that honor lived experience, elevate culturally attuned support, and ensure that every birthing person has access to the resources they need to thrive. We in the community must always be at the helm of our own design. We must always be at the apex of solution building as those who so intimately understand what we are up against. Institutional partnership is key in delivering change, and I would like to share a few key ways we've been able to harness partnership and collaboration with some of the nation's leading hospital systems, educational institutions, government agencies, insurance companies, and healthcare retailers to advance our agenda to improve maternal health for the most marginalized among us. We must plant seeds for solution. And so my path in planting seeds in maternal health started 4 decades ago. My mother was pregnant with my sister. I was about 4 years old. I was expecting to be 5 when I became a big sister. And my mother, aunt, and great aunt were pregnant at the same time, due March, April, and May. It was fun in the house, y'all. And at the time, my mom was really a champion for body literacy, so she got me Grey's Anatomy coloring books, and I would watch PBS. And if you were around in the 80s, there was a show called My Mom's Having a Baby. My mom's having a baby. And I watched that show religiously. I was so excited to become a big sister, but also it was sort of setting the seeds in motion of the rudiments that will become my life's work later. And at the time, I would, with my cousin, we would stuff Cabbage Patch dolls under our shirts and pretend to deliver each other's babies. And my mom is really proud to this day because of her anatomy classes that she taught me. She was about 7 months pregnant. We're at the grocery store, and someone walks up to her and says, "Oh my goodness, your mother has a baby in her tummy." I said, "No, my mother has a baby in her uterus, and it's going to come out of her vagina." And so decades later, this would really imprint and change the course of my work forever. And this would also lead to me birthing in Elizabeth Seton Birth Center in New York City, which is the only freestanding birth center that we had in New York City that has since closed in 2003, months after my son was born. And for reference, if you were hanging out at that time, it was situated between some nightclubs, Nell's, that we used to hang out if anyone was outside, which became the Derby and Up and Down, so my son thinks he was born in a nightclub. But this was really, I think, pivotal in really shaping the work and helping me to ground in what would be a life of advocacy. And so about Mama Glow and a little bit about our movement and the work that we're doing. As leaders in maternal health education, one of the critical things that we do is train doulas. I came to doula work as a calling, and I was able to learn from incredible teachers, and I think some of them are in the room. Jill Wadnick is one of them. Yeah, clap for her. And in that learning and being in community with so many people here at the time when I was studying with Jill and other people with the Perinatal Health Consortium here, we were also looking at maternal health disparity at that time. And so it's so incredible to see the strides that the state has made, and also the path that has led to people like myself being able to continue and carry a torch just across the water in New York City. So I'm grateful for this opportunity. And so a couple things that we've been able to achieve inside of this, with this work. We've had some historic firsts and some historic wins that I'd like to share. We've trained over 3,000 doulas globally and really helped to expand this workforce, which is obviously part of the federal agenda, but it's also something that we're committed to. We led the very first doula benefit with Anthem Elevance Health for Blue Cross Blue Shield that serviced 2.2 million Americans and federal employees. And so we're really proud of that work. It just wrapped up its 3rd year of piloting. Also, we launched and expanded a program called Love Delivered, which is in service of individuals who are under-resourced primarily underinsured individuals and mostly Black families benefit from this program across the country that we partnered with L'Oreal and Carol's daughter. And it's a powerful example of how industry can also step in and decide that they are committed to change. And it took 2 of us to get it done, 2 women, but we got it done. And that program is also in its 4th year. Another thing that we've been able to also do is partner with CVS Health Aetna. We've been working with them for several years now, and we developed an award-winning doula competency training program. What we learned in a lot of our listening with CVS Health was that the nurses were feeling under-resourced in their ability to communicate doula services, but also like how to work with doulas. And so we developed a program that taught a lot of the skills that we teach to doulas and also had the nurses learn some of these competencies. We developed this training for CEU credits for the entire nursing team on commercial and Medicaid sides of their business. And so this allowed us also to take those learnings from the development of the program, the materials, the testing, and then the credentialing to develop what became our shared decision-making toolkit, which we're sharing with you all today. It's available through mamaglow.com, and it's a co-branded website with Aetna where people can access this 35-page tool. It's downloadable, it's accessible, it's 4th grade reading level, and we worked really hard to make sure that all individuals could access this tool to support their pregnancies. And in this training, the primary focus we had was really trying to bridge the gaps between doulas and medical professionals and teach the doula competencies, social determinants of health, intersectionality and health outcomes, communication skills, and how to support maternal mental health, complicated birth, and addressing care gaps in maternal mortality and morbidity. And so this course is ongoing, which is amazing, and we're continuing to develop new tools with Aetna. Another thing I would say that's been also helpful is ensuring that we professionalize this work. And so a lot of people come to doula care that may have an academic background, but many don't. But it is important that we bridge into academia. And it's really important that people recognize this work as academic work and also as research-based as well. We expanded our CEU training programs, equipping healthcare professionals with patient-centered birth education. This has allowed us to also work with institutions like Montefiore Medical Center in the Bronx, where we support a program through a HRSA grant, a $2 million HRSA grant, where we've been able to address trauma-impacted populations and integrate doulas into the medical setting to enhance comfort and trust and improve maternal health outcomes there. We just completed most of the scope of the work and now are moving into our reporting phase of that grant. And we hope to also then report that research and continue to address health disparity, particularly in the Bronx in New York City. And also through Northwell Health, we work with the Drucker School of Medicine through the MOMS program, supported by an NIH grant where we train the nursing staff in doula competency. And part of this is to ensure that patients get compassionate care, but also we are members of the Community Advisory Board advocating for the integration of doula support within hospital systems. And this helps to enhance our role in workforce development and also in systemic change. We're also working with Mount Sinai to develop a doula navigator program, and so which is a first of its kind for the hospital. And with that, we're also training everyone on the staff, so including the physicians, the nursing team, and staffers, so that everyone is on the same page. I know a lot of doulas who are in this space who walk into rooms and do not feel recognized, do not feel safe. And so just as much as it's important to ensure that we create spaces that are safe for our families, we also need to ensure that our care workers feel safe feel dignified and feel like they're part of a community. And so our commitment is really restoring the birth village, right? And wherever that's taking place, whether that's in the home, in the hospital, or in a birth center setting. And so another thing that we've been able to do in terms of bridging these gaps between the institutional spaces like educational spaces and the lay spaces of doing this work is bringing the Mama Glow Professional Doula Training Program into Brown University, where I was appointed as a professor in 2022 of Gender and Sexuality Studies in the Pembroke Center for Teaching and Learning on Women. And housed in the Pembroke Center, this course allows me to train bioethics students, medical anthropologists, OB-GYN, public health, and pre-med students, as well as public health students, who are going to be on the front lines in shifting the conversation, but also the policies and how, and the cultures within our healthcare system, right? These are the young people that are still coming up, and we're pouring into them. And a lot of our work is to ensure that we bring students who are on the med school track, getting them into midwifery programs. Some of them are going OB-GYN, and we're just guiding them so that they find the right programs for them, but also so they feel supported and go into these spaces with research under their belt, and also having worked within environments like ours. So we typically take our students from Brown University who are on the they do work study with us, federal work study, and then we have winternships and summer internships where students come, and they usually come on to work with us for 2 years after graduation. And we do this with other universities as well. And so as I think about the future and what this means and how we can impact maternal health, it's a multi-pronged approach, right? It means we can't work in silos. We have to reach as far as we can and grab hands and find folks who have the same mission, right? And have the same desire to impact change. Another thing that is really great that's happening in New York City is a citywide doula initiative where Mama Glow Foundation is the largest provider of pro bono doula services. And so across 33 zip codes that are most vulnerable, we provide doulas. And this is a community-based program. And what's great about it is that obviously, any family that is Medicaid eligible gets access to the doula through this program, but also the doulas are working consistently. And so with all the programs that we offer, doulas are working, they're working with families. Also, we're, capturing some research and ensuring that we're able to, speak to and report out like what's happening on the ground. And so I think this is so important as I look at the work that Nurture NJ is doing and how it's a mirrored mission, right? And the work that's happening here really embodies everything that Mama Glow stands for. This wraparound care and peer-led support and policy advocacy. That's rooted in community leadership. This is how we ensure babies and mothers are healthy and that we can build healthy futures. Nurture NJ builds trust, right? Partners from within the community and sustains the work long term, which we can see, which is why all of y'all are here. And this is what healing looks like, healing justice, birth justice looks like. And when our people are centered and when our people are not just served, but centered, uplifted, and empowered, we can really facilitate change. And so under First Lady Tammy Murthy's leadership, the state of New Jersey has made transformative progress in maternal health since launching Nurture NJ and have met many of their strategic plan goals that were set in 2021. It's 2025, y'all. That's a lot to do, right? And that means that you got to get in people's way, right? You have to disrupt, you have to get on people's nerves, but also you have to build coalition. And that's what's happening here. And that's what will continue to happen also in the future. I think one of the things that I'm also excited about is the expansion of Medicaid, the access to doula care, which is so important, and being leaders in that and helping to create a pathway for other states to figure out what their agenda is going to be, right? And also to be a model for what's possible in serving the people who are most marginalized in our communities. And so we have to center those that are most marginalized in our solution making. And so as I think about this, I want to bring forth an analogy and then talk about some collective action that we can make. And one of the things I think about is disability justice. We lost a really powerful disability justice advocate. And, but I think so much when we're doing our work, I look to marginalized groups for solutions all the time, because so many of the movements have given us a blueprint for how we can design. And one of the things that was interesting when we were trying to figure out curb cuts and sidewalks. Many of us don't remember because we've always sort of like walked off the edge of a sidewalk and there was a dip. But there was a time where there wasn't that. And people who could not cross the street because they're disabled would get to the edge of a street, and that would really change their life. It would limit their life, right? And nobody thought it was possible. How are we going to do it? It's going to be like an urban design nightmare, but how are we going to do it? And it was done. It was fought for, but it was done. And we may not think about it because many of us, can walk comfortably off the edge of a curb. But guess who it benefits? Beside the person who's in a wheelchair or on crutches or not able to cross freely, it allows somebody on a bicycle, a little kid who's on a tricycle, somebody who's pushing their groceries, an elderly person, right? It helps them to cross the street with ease, right? So even though it wasn't designed for them, they benefit, right? Even though it's like easy for me to like walk off the curb with my suitcase, wasn't designed for me, but I benefit. And so as we think about those who are most marginalized, like our design has to center them, right? And then everybody else benefits. And so as we think about collective action, it's really important to remember that we cannot do this alone. That's why we're in this room, right? Not so that we can be individuals, but so we can work collectively. And we're also meant to work together because our lives depend on it. Like, we evolved in community, and that's how our work needs to continue to grow, especially in the climate that we're in. And we need each other, right? We need cross-sector collaboration and continued investment and accountability, right? And so showing up in spaces like this, in a morning like this, spending your day, it's cold outside, so it was easy to like just spend all day here, right? But it's important to show up in places like this, right? And to be accountable to not only ourselves, but to each other. And we also need more resources. A lot of our institutions are anemically funded. I'm going to say that again to people who provide money, like let some of it go, like loosen up the purse strings, right? And let that money flow. Money is currency. It's meant to flow, right? And so fund. Because this deeply impacts the ability for organizations to serve and do the work that they know how to do. And so if they're focused on reporting and, for an anemic amount of money, they cannot actually do the work, right? And so it is really important, especially in times like this where a lot of funding is getting slashed, to find ways in community and use the resources that we have to pour into our community institutions, right? And understand that these are community institutions, right? Even the smallest of organizations are our community institutions. We need to pour into them. And always remember that we already have the solutions, right? And be ready to serve, because this is in us. We're sitting with all this. Each of us is here because there's something on our hearts that's special. Each of us has special medicine on our heart that allows us to touch someone else or to heal. And so know that you as an individual have impact, right? And in a group like this, we're even more powerful. And so today, before I leave the stage, I want to celebrate you and acknowledge you, the trailblazing leaders who are in the room, who are carrying the torch forward, who are, advocates and visionaries and champions of health equity. And it's your work that makes it possible for the next generation to step into parenthood with more ease and more support, and also in liberation, right? And so thank you for showing us what leadership looks like. Thank you, First Lady, for showing up what leadership in love, rooted in love, looks like. And we're all stewards of legacy, And everyone has a role in this work. And so I want you to think about what that role is. I like to think sometimes about, this really simply in two categories. I like to think about building and destroying things or breaking things down. Some people are really good at dismantling things and taking things apart, like 2-year-olds, right? But there's also people in our community that are really good at finding ways to pull apart things that don't work, right? And there's also people who are dreamers and visionaries and builders who are here to actually construct the future, right? And so think about what side you're on. And sometimes we vacillate between those roles in different times of our lives. But it's really important to think about that. What side am I on? Am I someone who's building something? Or am I someone who's here to dismantle, right? Deconstruct, evaluate, change, right? Reform. And figure out where you sit and pour your energy there, right? Because I know I'm a builder. I love building things, right? I love creating new things. Because what I think about is dreaming into a future. And that future that I dream into, I feel is covered and flanked by ancestors like Harriet Tubman, who traveled by night to carry us through State Passage. I think about literary ancestors like Octavia Butler and Audre Lorde, who also teach us about liberation, who teach us about building a future, right? And so it's this aspect of design that I really ground myself in and think about how to build something new. And so I encourage us to, lock in, right? Start reading. It's wintertime, right? Get educated. Continue to be in coalition with people in your community. And also take time to ground in this space of the fertile winter and dream on a future that you want to see. Like, what do we want to build? We have the capacity to do that here. Do you know that? Say yes. We have the capacity to do that. And so let's think about what we want to build. And when we invest in maternal health, we're investing in stronger communities, in thriving futures, and in generational healing. And so may we continue to move with purpose, lead with our hearts, and to never forget that we have always been the ones that we've been waiting for. Thank you all so kindly for the invitation to be here. Thank you. I just want to say that if you are interested in learning more about the work, you can follow our work at mamaglow.com. There's a fun QR code, and you can download our award-winning shared decision-making toolkit that you see on the screen right now. If you have your phone, if you're tech savvy like that, just do that thing that people do with their phone for the QR. And also we have these flyers. They'll be distributed at lunch, so if you didn't get it, you can get it then. And also you can just go to mamaglow.com, which is super simple, mamaglow.com. And also just follow our work there. I can also be found on Instagram, Glow Maven, and our website, mamaglow.com, has resources and things there that we'd love to share with you. And we'd love to see you guys and stay connected. So thank you so much for this opportunity. First Lady, you're a rock star. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm reading the screen. It says time for Q&A. Do we have some Q&A for Latham? I'm here. Come on back, Latham.
We can do it together.
I'll stand here. I'll moderate.
We'll do Q&A together, y'all. They know everything.
Anybody have some questions?
Yes, you have to stand and state your name and where you're from and the organization you represent.
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Maxilia Desir. I work for the New Jersey Healthcare Quality Institute as a program officer. Sorry. Yes. Oh, hello? Okay. I should probably repeat that. Hi, everyone. My name is Maxilia Desir. I work for the New Jersey Healthcare Quality Institute. Prior to that, I used to be chief of staff to Assemblywoman Spate. And my question is, I guess, to the both of you, really.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had a lot of pushback when you were trying to do your doula initiative for the city. And First Lady Tammy Murphy, I imagine you experienced a lot of pushback when trying to implement some of the policies and all of the brainstorming that comes into like trying to make sure that everyone knew where you were coming from with coming up with these ideas. So how do you fight that? How do you fight against those types of policies?
Oh! Wait a minute.
Hi, Latham.
Hi.
I love Mama Glow, by the way.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Hey, I just wanted to come by and say a quick hello to everybody. Everyone good?
Yeah. Just the governor. No big deal.
Latham, hang in there. I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to come by. This is a total surprise for Tammy, by the way, in case you're wondering. The love of my life, right?
That's so sweet.
We started campaigning about 10 years ago on the themes of stronger and fairer. Stronger was more jobs, more investment, grow the economy. Fairer was overwhelmingly shrinking inequities, and they were overwhelmingly across racial lines and to some extent gender lines, or in many cases, like infant and maternal health, across both lines. And unlike education, climate, women's issues that Tammy had championed for many, many years, infant and maternal health was a new revelation. Is it fair to say? And it wasn't a good one. New Jersey sat 8 or 10 years ago at 47th out of 50 American states in terms of infant and maternal mortality rate. And so Tammy, shocked by this, said, I'm going to pick up the baton and I'm going to start chasing this and shrinking those inequities. Mm-hmm. And it has been a huge pillar of our fairness agenda over the past 8 years. We've vaulted, I think that literally New Jersey has cut its number in half. We're now in the low to mid-20s, and with the vector going in the right direction. And you all, Mikey came through, and you all heard from Mikey that this is going to be a big priority for her and for Dale Caldwell and their administration. And it is the ultimate, it takes a village. So you need a champion like the gal to my left. By the way, Latham, I love you too. And
I love you too.
And I said Mama Glow is a great organization, so deep thanks for everything you're doing. But you need a champion like Tammy. But it takes a village. It is the ultimate takes a village. Look at this room. I don't know how many people were in the first of your summits, but there are over 800 people here today, which is extraordinary. And it includes a whole bunch of leaders in our cabinet. How many different? 22 different agencies or departments in our government are now involved, which tells you how complex the infant and maternal reality is in terms of wrestling this to a better place. Great legislators at every step of the way. I think I've signed over 70 pieces of legislation, which is extraordinary. I don't know that there's one other arena or effort in our past 8 years that has over 70 pieces of legislation. So I wanted to come by and say thank you, most importantly, to the gal to my left. First date, January 16th of next year, 32 years. Got engaged 18 days later. Don't try that at home. We pound that into our 4 kids every day. Don't you do this to us, what we did to our parents. But love you all. God, this is it, baby. We only got about 40 days to go. God bless you all. Huge thanks to everybody here who has made a difference. Love you. Take care. I mean this literally. Jersey, baby!
Everybody, we've got to give a huge round of applause because I haven't done anything. That man has been my empowerer. He has been there. He's helped us raise money. He's signed the legislation. We are nowhere. I can't remember the question.
So the question was about it was about, did you face like challenges, right? Yes. With getting the program going. How did you overcome that adversity that you guys? I think it was to you, right? To her. To both of us. Oh, to both of us. I don't think we ever overcome adversity. I feel like we're constantly pushing up against swimming upstream, you know? And I think it's that I find strength in, I just find strength in those who come before. Like, I think about other people who did things and I'm like, okay, they could do that, I can do it, you know? And, but I also say a lot of it is community. It's like when things get hard, like looking to your left and leaning on someone else who's, you know, also pushing. And I think that it also is like one of those things where you plant seeds. I remember this metaphor about like growing bamboo and how like planting seeds and then watering and then like nothing happens and then 3-6 months, years pass and then suddenly in 3 months here comes bamboo, but it took 7 years to grow, right? And so sometimes it's just that. Sometimes it's just there is pushback. Sometimes it is lonely, which is why community is so important, which is why we have so many spaces where we bring doulas together, where we bring other people who are doing this work together in coalition to support each other, because it can be lonely, it can be difficult, but there's so many moments where I feel like there's triumph, and it's all worth it all the time. But I think that I know personally how I get through is just like being able to have that shared space of community to process, really to like have like retention spaces for reflection and processing and being like, that was some mess, you know, but all, you know, and just like having a space to be with people like that, and then also just to keep going, because otherwise you can't keep going if you don't stay fortified.
Okay, I would say you're damn right. There's adversity, and that's what we've faced since day one, and that's what people who have a different skin color have faced for centuries. We have got to call a spade a spade, and we are suffering today because of a lack of respect, a lack of listening, a lack of empathy. There's a lot of nonprofits in this room, and I'm not going to blow up anybody's nonprofit status. I think I can say what I'm about to say without crossing a political divide. But we as Americans, we are Americans, and we know what it means to be good, to be humane, and to be caring about those around us.
Yeah.
I would just say to all of you, the pushback that we all are experiencing at present, the inability to use certain words that we know are real, that's going to be incumbent upon every single one of us to watch, to monitor, and to stand up and say, this is not the America I want. I want something better. I want it for my family, for my friends, for my community, and yes, even people who are on a different side of the aisle than I'm on. So yes, there is adversity. There will continue to be adversity. Just make sure that at the end of the day, when the moral arc of history bends in the right direction, that you're on the right side of it. Thank you.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. Oh, hi.
This has been so inspirational and so important. I'm Gloria Bachman. I'm an OBGYN, and maternal health is in my heart. My question is, and seeing Governor Murphy here, what's the role of men? Because we talk about, basically women leading the charge. Is there a role for men?
Yeah, there's always a role. I mean, listen to women. Women should be leading. And and I think also look at how elegant we design. Look how we create. Look at the solutions we build. I think it's about giving up power and sharing space and ensuring that people have an opportunity to build a solution. And sometimes we have men who are in rooms by themselves making decisions for people's anatomy that they do not have, and decisions that they cannot make for things that they will never experience. And so I think that health literacy, and really what I was learning as a child, when my son was young, I was teaching him everything about the female body. I want him to be a steward of knowledge, but also someone who understands what's happening in half of the population, right? How to show up in partnership with someone if he chooses to be in a relationship, or how to support his girlfriend. He's the one who's I'm on the period run for the girls in the dorm and picking up the things for them because he understands what's happening, but also because he's also part of a generation of people who have to fight for us. We can't do it by ourselves. And I think it's important that when we think about the role of men, we also have to think about the role of women. Women don't know either. There's a lot of people who are going out in the street and fighting for reproductive body parts they can't even name. We have to do better at education. We have to do better at making sure that everyone has access to that education, and that everyone understands that, if you came out of my body, you better listen to me, right? We can make this, we have to all come together and not see it as a women's issue or a black issue. It's a human rights issue. And it's really important to put this at the top of every agenda, including the feminist agenda. And every man should also be concerned, every single man. And I know so many people now who, I overhear conversations. It's so cool, to be in a restaurant or a bar or someplace, you do not expect this conversation to be happening, and men are talking about doulas, and men are talking about there's this thing and I'm learning about it, and did you hear? And I think it's so great, because it shouldn't be something that's taboo, and it shouldn't be something that's over there. These are people who are deeply integrated into your lives. These are your mothers, your grandmothers, your sisters, your aunties, your cousins, your daughters, right? Your nieces. These are people who are intimately part of your life. And so we should care about what's happening to their bodies, and also what the state is mandating happen to their bodies. Nobody's body should be the property of the state. We should be really fighting for the safety, but not only that, for our choices to happen in rooms that are private with physicians like yourself. The conversation that you and I have about what's going to happen with my body is private, and it's my business. And whether I use my uterus or not is my business, right? And so that is also an issue that every man should care about. So I think it's standing up alongside and advocating alongside, we see happening here. That's what it looks like. It's advocacy. It's also listening and saying, what should I be doing? This is what you should be doing. Okay, right? But learning, listening, sitting at the feet of elders, sitting at the feet of women who are solution building, and also for us to see that there are men who are just ready, but they don't know the way. We have to show, right? We have to show up and work together, I think.
I think that, Dr. Bachman, as always, thank you for your kind questions. I think that is a wrap for now. I apologize. I know that Latham is going to be staying here, so please, I encourage you to walk up and talk to her. She's very nice. So go and speak to Latham. And then I just want to share with you, I think we have 15 minutes. We do have 15 minutes. We have a 15-minute break right now. So take some time to grab coffee, grab water, talk to others, and I wanted to also share that we're going to have some video messaging that is going to be shown here. One is from Dr. Mehmet Oz, so stay tuned to see that. And another is from Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman. We're going to reconvene at 10:35, so please be here because we're trying to keep this on time. And our first panel then will be listening to families, centering community and maternal health equity. Thank you all, and thank you, Latham.
Can we do a photo with them?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get one.
Okay.
Thank you, so she can take off. I know people are going to come to you too. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bless you, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
It was in video, but I took
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
It has been an honor and a privilege to work with Nurture New Jersey for almost a decade to improve the maternal health for millions of women in New Jersey and beyond. Thank you to First Lady Tammy Murphy, my friend, who is a tireless champion for women and girls across the state. Soon, New Jersey will usher in its chapter of progress through Governor-elect Mikey Sherrill's leadership, and the newly established Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Authority, the nation's very first. So while this is the final leadership summit, our work is only just getting started. New Jersey will continue to have partners at all levels of government to finish the job of making New Jersey the best place in the world to have a child. Here in Congress, I have worked to raise awareness and to pass legislation that will go a long way toward ending the crisis in New Jersey and across the country. And just last month, I reintroduced my Healthy Mom Act with Maryland Senator Angela Alsobrooks. The health needs of pregnant women change more during pregnancy than almost any other time in life. So it passed the Healthy Mom Act would allow expecting mothers to change their insurance when they become pregnant, a life-saving change for millions of women, preventing 3 in 5 pregnancy-related deaths. A lot has changed since last year's summit. We're seeing prices skyrocketing, fueling an affordability crisis. We're seeing attacks on healthcare and a rejection of science. But we're also seeing the reversal of decades of racial progress. All three of these issues magnify the disparities in maternal care. We know that prenatal care comes with the burden of high out-of-pocket costs. Without access to the proper health insurance, Black women have a maternal mortality rate up to 5 times higher than rates for other women. Why? We are most affected when the nation's economy weakens, making it disproportionately harder for us to pay for health care. We also must navigate a lack of culturally competent care. You may have seen examples of this in the news recently. No one should have to give birth in a car because a hospital kicked them out while they were in labor. Meanwhile, according to the CDC, from 2016 to now, the infant mortality rate in the United States has dropped 6%. In that same time, New Jersey's rate dropped from 8.4 to 3.69%. We may be ahead of the national average, but we still have a lot more to do and to do it better. Through family and affordability-focused policies, we can and we must ensure access to care that leads to healthier pregnancies and healthy babies. New Jersey is one of the wealthiest states in the world and in this nation. There is no reason it should not also be one of the best places to receive quality, affordable, and culturally competent health care. I know we can do that job, and I know we can get it done and get it done right. Thank you, First Lady, for helping to organize this fight, to bring it to the attention of this great state, to making it a priority and for carrying it through as far as you have.
It's a pleasure to join you virtually for the 8th New Jersey Maternal and Infant Health Leadership Summit. As a physician, I can think of few things of greater importance than the health of mothers and children. They are the heart of families all over America. They're the life force behind every community. In fact, the great Hubert Humphrey, whose name adorns this great building that I'm in, has a quote that hangs in the entrance hall of our HHH offices. And it reads, "The moral test of government is how that government treats those who are at the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped." I love the use of that light metaphor. And it is especially applicable because 53% of children are born into Medicaid or the CHIP program. I commend First Lady Tammy Murphy for her commitment to New Jersey's children and their mothers. Since 2019, her landmark Nurture New Jersey initiative has focused on reducing the maternal and infant mortality epidemic in New Jersey and ensuring high-quality care for all women and their children. As many of you surely know, the initiative has resulted in over 70 pieces of maternal and infant health legislation signed into law with the goal of transforming New Jersey into the safest state in the union to deliver and raise a baby. That's the goal. And since the initiative was unveiled in 2019, the First Lady's office has used it to undertake a novel, multi-pronged, multi-agency approach to improving maternal and infant health among New Jersey women and infants, one that stresses community engagement and breaking down silos. And this work has put New Jersey in the vanguard of helping mothers and infants to not just survive, but to thrive. And your declining infant mortality rate is proof. CMS shares the goal of making it easier to raise healthy families in America. At a time when the U.S. tragically still has one of the highest infant mortality rates among high-income nations, when access to maternity care is on the decline, and women who live in rural areas are facing longer travel times to their nearest hospitals, the importance of investing in this area cannot be understated. As I often say, we can't be a prosperous nation without being a healthy nation. And the health of our nation really does rely, it begins with the health of our mothers and our children. CMS is working on several initiatives to improve this area of healthcare, especially through our Rural Health Transformation Program and our Most Favored Nation drug pricing initiative. These are set to increase healthcare accessibility and affordability to every family, especially those who worry they cannot afford basic health expenses. We're also working across the health system to enhance the safety and quality of maternal care, strengthen our hospitals' readiness, and support proven approaches that improve outcomes for women and their children. New Jersey's wonderful work for families should inspire other states and build momentum throughout the country on this critical issue. We can't lose momentum in New Jersey while we're doing this, or across the country. It is simply too important. We must continue to work together to engage our communities and to help provide all mothers and their young ones with a future of health and the hope that goes along with it. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful summit.
The family life that I grew up in was pretty rough. There was a lot of abuse. I would never want that for another person, for another child.
Ready to get dressed?
I was so scared. I was in a very unhealthy place, worrying every single day that something was going to happen. And then a knock at the door came when I took him to his first appointment, and it was Janelle from the Healthy Steps program, and she said, "Hey, do you have a moment?" And I was like, "I don't know who you are, but you look like an angel."
Healthy Steps is the integration of health and parental support right here in pediatrics, starting from that very first newborn visit. We want to help them to give their child a different experience than they had when they were growing up. It's that they came here for their kid, but the family was served.
As a parent, you don't have all the answers. I don't think any parent does, and I think that's why Healthy Steps helps me, and I want them to help other parents. It's the advice and the reassurance that they give you that allows you to know that you're doing the right things. And if you feel like you're not, hey, let's talk about it.
We take an approach of nurturing the parent as well as the child, to hold the parent so that they can hold the child.
I feel stronger as a parent with Healthy Steps.
never let it get that far. Because of you, I never stray too far from the sidewalk. Because of you, I learn to play on the safe side so I don't get hurt. Because of you, I find it hard to trust not only me but everyone around me. Because of you, I am afraid. I lose my way, and it's not too long before you point it out. I cannot cry because I know that's weakness in your eyes. I'm forced to fake a smile, a laugh every day of my life. My heart can't possibly break when it wasn't even whole to start with. Because of you, I never strayed too far from the sidewalk. Because of you, I learn to play on the safe side so I don't get hurt. Because of you, I find it hard to trust not only me but everyone around me. Because of you, I am afraid. I watched you die, I heard you cry every night in your sleep. I was so young, you should have known better than to lean on me. You never thought of anyone else, you just saw your pain. And now I cry in the middle of the night, because of you, I never strayed too far from the sidewalk. Because of you, I learned to play on the safe side so I don't get hurt. Because of you, I try my hardest just to forget everything. Because of you, I don't know how to let anyone else in. Because of you, I'm ashamed of my life because it's empty. Because of you, I am afraid. Because of you. Because of you. Don't want nobody else around me. Just need you right here. You're like the only thing that I see. It's crystal clear, and I want you to come claim it. I do. What are you waiting for? Yeah, want you to name it. I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask you to please start making your way back to your tables and find your seat. We will get started again in about a minute.
Nothing else felt this way inside me. What is going to
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the break. At this time, please find your seats. We will get started again in just a moment.
First place, I don't support the team. I can't take direction, and my socks are never clean. Teachers dated me, my parents hated me. I was always in a fight, 'cause I can't do nothing right. Every day I fight a war against the mirror. I can't take the person staring back at me. I'm a hazard to myself.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the break. Please make your way back to your seats. We are about to continue.
Eric.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage First Lady Tammy Murphy.
Boy, that really works. I love that. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are incredibly excited about our next panel. And I am going to simply stand here and bow down to the incredible President and CEO of the Maternal and Infant Health Authority, Lisa Asari. I want to make sure if anybody doesn't know, Lisa has been in this space for decades. And Lisa is someone who has been on the ground since the beginning, and I begged her for years to join us, begged. And so I cannot be more excited about this instrumental, talented, amazing woman, Lisa Asari, and all that she is going to do now and well into the future. So Lisa, over to you.
Thank you. Isn't this day amazing? Thank you, First Lady, for the wonderfully beautiful introduction. Thank you. And thank you for all that you do. Let's give her another round of applause. Yeah. Isn't this a great day? Full of surprises and just great energy. So I welcome you all to this panel. And I would like you to join me in welcoming our panelists. I will call them up one by one and ask them to sort of come and join me on the stage. But this panel, let me introduce them first, and then I'll tell you what we're going to talk about. So first we have Dr. Ndidi Amuta Anukwa, who's a national leader in Black maternal health. She's a professor at Tufts University School of Medicine, and she's the founder of the Center for Black Maternal Health and Reproductive Justice. Her work focuses on maternal health equity, and she leads major research initiatives and national conversations on this issue. She's also my friend, and she is also a New Jersey native. So Boston thinks they have her, but she's really for us. So Ndidi, come on up. And she's a mother of 3.
Yes.
So the fact that she has the same 2 shoes on is a big deal.
A big deal.
Next, I'm going to introduce you to Cincy Hernandez Cancillo, who is the inaugural Senior Fellow for Health Equity at the National Partnership for Women and Families. She's a national leader in health equity policy with nearly 25 years of experience. She looks 25, so I don't know how that happened. She's a passionate advocate for maternal health, reproductive justice, and transforming health systems to serve all communities equitably. Come on up, Cincy. And she's also a mother to a teenage boy. And, right?
That deserves its own applause right there.
The last person, last but not least, is Jay Wilson, who is the founder, president, and CEO of Melanated Moms, a national maternal health equity leader and a licensed public health nurse. With over 20 years of experience, she leads culturally responsive, community-driven initiatives that empower Black and Brown families through advocacy, education, and holistic support. She is also a friend. And from New Jersey, but I think Maryland has stolen her, is borrowing her for a little while. So Jay, please join us.
Yes.
And she is also the mother of 2 daughters, 2 teenage daughters. So that deserves a round of applause. So what are we going to talk about this morning? We're really going to talk about some of the things that we've heard referenced already. We're going to talk about community and how important it is to engage community in all that we do. But it's more than just the talk. What does that really mean? What does that really look like? How do we ensure that the policies that we're creating are effective for the people on the ground? And we'll talk a little bit about co-creation. What does that really mean? How do we co-create with community, people with lived experience? So let's get right into it. So I think we can start with Jay. Jay Wilson.
Okay.
We met, you and I, about 8 years ago in the space of this work. But your work with Melanated Moms creates space for mothers of color to share their stories and to drive community-led change. But you've also spoken very openly about your own journey and how your own journey has shaped the way that you lead. Talk to us a little bit about how your lived experience has informed your perspective around storytelling, community voice, and co-creation.
Yeah. Thank you so much for just creating this space and for honestly validating why my story is common, right? But it's also a space where I've been able to meet so many other moms and women and birthing people from a place that we can heal from, right? For me, I didn't think that the experiences that I had would shape an organization, would change anybody else's life. I also didn't think that anybody will relate to it. So when I started Melanated Moms, it really started from just needing community, needing other people who understood motherhood is a transition, and you're constantly going to be becoming a new person. You're going to evolve into this new role, just like your children are, right? But when I started to share openly about my birthing experience and the things that I only talked about with God, I realized that it was not falling on deaf ears. So I am a 4-time survivor of preeclampsia. I'm a stillbirth mom. I also understood what it was like to not have traditional support around me. So I'm originally from Buffalo, New York, and I moved to Jersey, and I lived in Jersey for almost 20 years. So I became a grown-up here. But through that growing up was my motherhood experience. So the people that I relied on, which were my family and my friends, or people that have become mothers, when I had these adverse experiences, they couldn't really relate to it. They couldn't tell me how I was experiencing these things, and I felt alone, you know. So once I actually shared my story and spoke up and said these things out loud that I only talked about with God, I realized it did change things. In these years, I've heard so many stories of moms who were saying, like, thank you. Just thank you for saying this out loud. Thank you for creating this safe space for moms like me to be in rooms like this. You know, so I value being able to sit in this chair, just the responsibility that sits on the shoulders of all of us, but also our collective ways of relating to each other through our motherhood and the journeys that all brought us here. So if there's anything that I've learned over all of this time, it's the stories that we're able to share are the ones that are changing the world in real time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your own story. We appreciate that. You've really shared of yourself. You've shared your own history. And I'm going to take the next question to Dr. Ndidi. Because I think that when we are talking about working with community, we got to have trust. Yes. She just told us her life story in a couple minutes. And so from your perspective, you know, you're a nationally recognized scholar, an advocate, a researcher, somebody who builds community partnerships, and a policy advocate. You spent years, you know, I don't know that there's tons of trust from some of our communities with research. And so I would love to kind of learn and understand from you how you do that. I think we're at a pivotal moment in the policy landscape with both opportunities and challenges. But how do we get the trust of the community to the research space in a non-exploitive way?
Yes. Can you all hear me? So I just want to say, Trenton in the house. Hey. Born and raised, Trenton High Tornado here. And
I told you she still belongs to us.
I'm a Trentonian to the core. I say it everywhere I go. So it feels so good to be back home. My mom was like, when are you getting to my house tonight? I'm like, yes, Mom. So the work that I do in and for communities is built in a space of trust. And I think oftentimes academic researchers, I sit in a school of medicine and I was trained to do community-based participatory research. And I remember I was doing my postdoctoral fellowship, which is the training you do after you finish your PhD. And I was working in Baltimore City. And I was like, I got this. I'm from Trenton. I know maternal and child health. And what I quickly realized is that every community has a point of entry, right? You have to build the trust. You have to know the gatekeepers. You have to be able to speak the language. And I remember my first survey, I was like freshly minted PhD, and it was so gobbledygook. The community was like, we don't even understand what you're asking in these questions. What are you trying to say? And so for me, the way to build community is to continually show up and to give of yourself. You know, any academic researcher or any institution that is going into community without establishing relationships prior, you're dead in the water. And that cannot be when the RFP drops. You're like, okay, I got to find some community partners. No, if you're really doing this work authentically, the community partners are a phone call, a text away, right? Like, I can put together a grant in 10 minutes. Because I'm like, I text my doula colleagues, I text my OBGYN colleagues, text my midwife colleagues. Hey girl, listen, this grant is out. Let's write it together. Done, Dee Dee, whatever you need. Because I've put in the work. So I think you build trust in a couple key ways. One, you show up authentically, you show up often, you show up transparently. Two, I have lived experience, right? Like, I talk about it, I did a TED Talk, so listen, you guys, I did a TED Talk 6 weeks postpartum with my second child. That is such a difficult talk because it's all verbatim, no script, no nothing, it's you and your brain. And in the TED Talk, I talk about my birthing experiences and how I, was treated discriminatorily and with racism and everything I went through. So when I'm talking to community members and they're talking about their birthing experiences, I have those birthing experiences, right? Like, I can talk from my gut. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, I went through that as well. And so you are able to build trust with authenticity, with humility, with time, with grace, and with resources. You don't come knocking on anybody's door without something to offer them. Yes. Okay? I'm talking financially. I'm talking childcare. I'm talking lactational. I'm talking postpartum support. You have to be able to come to the table with resources from a place of humility and say, thank you so much for your lived experience and expertise. I'd love for us to think about ways we can partner together. Now, if you're doing that and you get the blessing of the community, now you have a conversation. But that takes time, and you're going to get the door slammed in your face a couple of times, as they should. As they should. And so I've learned a lot of lessons. I enjoy the work that I do. And the last thing I'll say is that when I write grants with community, I write it in a very non-traditional academic way. Anybody here that's been a principal investigator of a large grant knows that most of it goes to personnel and salary. So when I write grants, I ask the community, tell me what you need. What number feels comfortable, right? I'm looking at Latham. Latham, remember that grant we wrote together? We're going to write another grant together. We're going to write another one. We're going to write another one. But is that not the process we went through? I said, Latham, tell me what Mama Glow needs, right, to feel comfortable like a valued partner. I'm not going to say, well, I'm an academic, and here's what you don't drop crumbs. You bring something that's meaty. And community members will respect that, and they'll honor that, and you'll be able to build an authentic relationship. So I know I frustrate my research administrators at my institution because I'm like, I don't have a budget for you until the community tells me what they need. And so I write it in a backwards way, but then I know that whatever happens, whether the grant gets funded or not, that I have honored the labor of community, and that's really how you do this work well.
Wow. We're dropping the nuggets this morning, for sure. Cindy, you're up next. So we've heard about storytelling from Jay. Jay sort of talked about her lived experience. Nadidi sort of talked about trust and the ways that we should sort of do this work, or the way that we should engage community. You serve as a senior fellow at the National Partnership for Women and Families, where you've been a national leader in advancing racial and health equity through policy advocacy and systems change. Talk to us a bit about co-creation. What does that really look like? Nadidi said, don't come to anybody's door without gifts in hand.
That's right.
But when you actually sit down to write the policy or to really change the systems, what does that look like?
So first of all, I want to thank all of you, and especially the First Lady, for the invitation. My name is Cindy Hernandez-Cancio. My pronouns are she, her, and ella. Boricua in the house.
Yes.
And I wanted to start first by saying, I am unabashedly a policy nerd. Love that work. Studied it at a, fantasy institution just down Route 1. Spent a few years here in New Jersey. Have fancy letters after my name. But at the end of the day, and at the beginning of my being present, I am somebody who barely made it out alive from birthing. It didn't matter that I had Cadillac insurance, that I had all this education, that I was an expert in health policy, that I'm not a quiet, shrinking violet, right? I speak up for myself. None of that mattered. I got sent home first, preeclamptic. Then went back to the hospital, got an emergency C-section. Thankfully, my son was perfect. I ended up getting sent home septic.
Oh, God.
Was 3 hours after I got home on Mother's Day. I was back in the ER with a 4-day-old infant. He came a bit early. None of my family was there. They were all like in Puerto Rico or, dispersed across the country. And ended up having to have 2 emergency surgeries after the cesarean, 16 days in the hospital. I don't remember almost anything of the first couple of months of my son's life. And when I went back to the doctor to ask him what happened, his response at a nationally ranked teaching hospital in the nation's capital, "It must have been that dirt that I sprinkled in your wound."
Oh. Excuse me?
Now, I can't tell you if that's because I was Puerto Riqueña. I don't know if that was because of my last name. I don't know if that's because he just hates women. But what I can tell you is that systems are designed perfectly for the outcomes that they get. And the bottom line is that the healthcare system in general, but especially when it comes to maternal infant health, was not designed with us in mind.
Right.
And that is why even when I, get into the whole policy wonk, looking at data and all that part of the work, I've worked in projects at our CBPR as well. We have we're known, the National Partnership, for, a one-of-a-kind national survey called Listening to Mothers, which we'll be releasing next year, which is about, the entire experience of being a mom, pre-pregnancy, pregnancy, birth, outcomes, all of that, especially questions about dignity, racism, respect, mental health, all of the things. That if we don't start with that, we're not going to, and it's not just about bad actors. I mean, for sure, there are bad actors. But let's name things. It's not just implicit bias. There is straight up racism and sexism that we're all dealing with, right? But it's more than anything, it's systems. It's systems that were designed to serve things other than the well-being and health of women and families and children. And they were designed for, sure, they're supposed to be providing health care. But in this country, it's about the profit motive. It's about the convenience of, and the business imperatives of even nonprofit hospitals that function as if they were for profit because they have to keep the doors open.
Right.
So we need to get into the systems of what needs to change in terms of what is being funded, by whom, for what is being measured. We need to stop measuring outcomes by how much money it makes or how much money it saves, but actually how much health did you get? Were you treated with respect? Were you, after being disrespected, provided any resource? Did anybody ever ask me about the PTSD that I suffered from that experience?
Right.
No.
Right.
So it's really important that when we're thinking about policy, we are starting by asking the right questions. And the right questions, in my mind, and this is when we designed the new Listening to Mothers survey, we did it very differently. We did not center what academics wanted to know. I got a community-based advisory council of people on the ground serving communities, a couple of academics, but that had to be academics like Didi here, academics who worked in health equity, who had done work on Black maternal health, those kind of academics. And ask them 2 questions. Think about what you wish you knew more about, what you could ask the moms that you serve. And the more important question, sadly, but this is a reality that we're in, what are the questions that you wish the decision makers, the ones who decide policy and where the money goes, knew about your community and the people that you serve? And those were the organizing principles around not just the survey, but all of our work at the National Partnership. It's, I'm really excited that Latham mentioned about the curb cut and that the First Lady talked about nothing about us without us. Because that's exactly how we got where we are, by thinking of everything about us without us, and not understanding that when you design a system for the more challenging people in the community, you're actually making a system that works well for everybody. And so that's how I ensure that we are thinking about policy from that frame, that it's about changing systems. And in this country, systems, it's all about follow the money.
Yes.
Follow the money, and what are the motivations and what are the business imperatives of the people who are supposed to be there to help us.
Thank you very much. You're giving us a lot to think about, a lot to think about. Let's stay in the storytelling theme, and let's talk about authentic engagement. Because you're sharing your stories, we feel like we know you better because you're really sharing your life experiences. But how do we make sure that, and Jay, I'm going to ask you this question, how do we make sure that as we share our stories, it's not just to motivate people in the moment or to get empathy or to elicit the human side of them, but how do we really ensure that those stories help inform programs and policies? And how do we make sure that there's feedback loops, right? And I'm speaking to you from a quasi-government position, right? That is what MIA is. How do we make sure that there's checks and balances? We're checking the temperature. We're making sure that the policy that we've designed is doing the intention that we had planned based on the stories that you've shared.
Well, first we have to validate what the community is experiencing by inviting them into the room and letting them know that we want them to be here. This is not just a research grab, right? So having a space that is comfortable, that is where they are, instead of having them come to us, that opens that bridge, right? Second, it's asking these questions from a space of strength, and helping them to understand what does a feedback loop actually mean and what does it look like from their lens. A lot of the work that we've done with focus groups and even being a part of the Nurture New Jersey strategic plan, when we were interviewing families, we were asking them, tell me your experience. Don't tell me what you've generally heard. Don't give me just the numbers and the metrics. We want to know the story behind these numbers, right? So we heard earlier, we know our previous statistics, New Jersey was 47 out of 50, and we've been able to evolve and to cut that in half. Moms need to know that. Families need to know that. Because they also know other families who are a part of those numbers that didn't make it, right? So for us, one of the things that we've been able to do is we created a advocacy training called Find Your Roar. We started Find Your Roar 6.5 years ago, and it started honestly as a public speaking course for our mom community to just learn how to trust their own voice and be comfortable with knowing how to answer the question, what do you need? When we're asking those moms those questions sometimes, or most of the time, they're going to something tangible. I need diapers, I need wipes. But that's not always what we're actually addressing, right? So if I'm asking, what do you need? And the answer is, I need comfort. I need space to cry. I need someone to see me. That's not in any of those numbers, right? So how do we address that? How do we open up a space for them to not just write those things down, but put advocacy behind that and show them what the action steps are? For us, we also were able to evolve that space of initiative of storytelling into actually a coalition. So I'm also the executive director for Connecting Our Communities for New Jersey. And the work that we've been doing for the last 2.5 years really has been rooted in hearing from each insular community across all 21 counties and paying attention to moms and families who actually go into New York City or go into Philly or even go into Delaware because the resources that they're looking for may not be geographically here, or there are other barriers that are not allowing them to get the care that they need. But we wouldn't know that unless we talk to the people who are experiencing it. So, for us, using Find Your Roar has not just helped us here in New Jersey, but it actually created Melanated Moms as a national and an international organization. We've trained more than 3,500 people across the United States. We've gone into the UK. We have a partner over there. We were able to train a group of moms who took maternal health equity into the parliament. I don't even know what that means, But I know that Melanated Moms was on the floor, right? And we actually were even able to go to Kenya and have these same conversations. And the most impactful story, stop talking because I'm going off, y'all. But the most impactful story I had was when we went to Kenya, we met a organization that serves moms who are deaf and hard of hearing. And this young lady, her name is Judy, she told me, she's like, I actually found you on LinkedIn and I've seen all these things that you were doing. And I was like, I don't know if she would listen to me. So I was like, well, I'm here, clearly, so let's talk, right? So we talk, and I'm learning more about her journey. This was a hearing woman who her family actually put her into a school that was serving deaf children, and her grandparents actually raised her, which is very close to my heart. That was the school that they can afford to send her to. And she was able to utilize this as a skill to help other moms. And she's like, I'm doing this work, I'm talking to mom, I'm teaching them sign language, but when they're telling me about their experiences of their motherhood, being ignored, being beaten, being turned away, their statistics around stillbirth and preterm labor, which I had no idea existed. She asked me, how do I tell the stories of people who literally have no voice? And I was like, dang, how do we do that? So I said, let's tell it from their perspective. Let's use sign language. Let's create the signage. Let's create the narrative in different multimedia platforms, because all of those things tell stories that are endless. We're not doing things just here in the moment. This is not just about just the last 8 years. This is about us creating legacy. That's why it's so important for us to tell stories. Even for us, we started a podcast, Melanated Mommy Talks. Check it out. It's on every podcast place you can find. But all of those stories came from moms and women and birthing people, and even fathers and grandparents who've lived through these different things and never thought that their stories can change the world. So for us, we've seen it show up time and time again. And then the last piece, I swear, that's all I'm gonna go, is also introducing why policy is important, right? So with COC&J, our work is as we're learning from our families, we're also teaching them the people to policy pipeline. So we want the people to know what policies are actually influencing the resources that they have access to. How can they talk to their legislators as humans, not just as a constituent that's in their region? And how can we also implement change in real time? And that's where the feedback loop comes from. Yeah. So we're very fortunate to even have a legislator on our coalition. Shout out to Angela McKnight. And the work that she's been able to show us how to do. But we're able to see how important it is from just people sharing those things out loud.
You're all hearing this. This is a global movement.
Yes.
She talked about taking this work to the UK, taking this work to Kenya, taking this work all around the world, and it started here in New Jersey. So this is real, about creating solutions locally, nationally, and even globally. So thank you so much, Jay, for sharing. Jay talked a lot about family sharing, telling us how they feel and what they really want to talk about versus what we think we want to talk about or we want them to talk about. So Nadidi, particularly you as a researcher, can you share a moment where listening to families shifted the way that you approached your work, shifted the way that you approached a partnership, and what did that experience teach you about authentic engagement?
Yes, thank you. So before I ended up in that place up 95, I was a professor at Montclair State, and I remember doing some community work in Patterson with people. Okay, yes. I still have a lot of partners there. Doing some community work in Patterson with people living with HIV. And I remember, a colleague and I had developed a curriculum called Project Thanks, Turning HIV/AIDS into New Knowledge for Sisters. And it was a curriculum where we'd work with mothers who were living with HIV and training them to be health ambassadors for their daughters. And I remember we were doing some of our work, and the moms came up to me after the session. They said, we love this on HIV, but what we really want to talk about is hypertension. What we really want to talk about is the comorbidity with diabetes. What we really want to talk about is mental health and disclosure and stigma. And I said, okay, that makes sense. And it just, in that moment, my light bulb went off and said, this one-dimensional approach is not going to cut it, right? Like they're not going to come back next week if all you're talking about is HIV. So I took that curriculum, shredded it, and then I went back to some colleagues and some of my community advisory board. Every project that I do has a community advisory board built into it. I think that CAB allows you to triangulate and reflect on what you have proposed and what actually makes sense and what's going to actually happen in communities. And what we ended up doing was expanding our focus to not only be on HIV, we brought in a nutritionist to talk about the diabetes and hypertension. We brought in a mental health therapist to talk about the stigma and disclosure. And so it caused our timeline to shift, but it didn't matter because we were meeting the needs of the community. And so we had to go back to the funder and say, yeah, we know we said we do this in XYZ, but it's really going to be here. But when I tell you, I still am friends with some of the women that went through that on Facebook. I was messaging with one of them the other day, and I'm like, those skills not only have added years to their life, but the quality of their life, right? And we know that with the regimens that we have now for HIV and AIDS, people are able to live long, healthy, full lives. But if we're not addressing everything that they need, then that really is a disservice. So that's one of my proud moments. And I was pretty early in my career, but I felt like it helped to think. It helped to shape how I think. When you're going in, and even in the space we're talking about today, maternal health, yes, people are focusing on pregnancy and postpartum and their outcomes. And people need stable housing. And people need food security. And people need safe places for them and their children to play. And people need postpartum support and lactation counseling. So it's like if we're really trying to be solutions-based, then we need 22 agencies. We need everybody at the table to come together to really think about that. So that was a really proud moment for me. And I think back to my first response about trust, when people feel seen and heard, and this is even for any clinicians in the room, I think there was an OBGYN asked the question in the first session. When people feel seen and heard, you're going to get that full scope of information that you need. The visit is going to be richer. You're going to be able to pinpoint some of the things that might be going on with them. You might not even know somebody has preeclampsia or any of these other conditions if you're not asking the right questions. They don't feel comfortable sharing that level of information, right? And so all of it, the root of everything that we're doing is two things. One, trust, building, maintaining, and not damaging trust. And two, giving people the space to be human. I get that question so many times. How do we address this maternal mortality crisis? And I say you treat the person as if it was your mother, your sister, somebody that was close to you. And that level of touch, that white glove service that you would want somebody to do for them, you do it for everybody. That's literally the solution to the maternal health crisis that we're sitting in. The problem comes when you don't see people as similar to you. You see them as other, those people over there with those pre-existing conditions and those issues that they're sitting in and those environments that they come from. And these layers are divisive and they're deadly.
Thank you so much. I hear you talked about people feeling seen. People feeling that they're really a part of what it is you're doing. So let's talk about that. It's one thing to see somebody. It's one thing to partner with them. But what does it really mean to share power? I'm going to ask you this, Cindy. How do we move beyond the tokenism? Hi, you finished the survey. Here's your $25 gift card. I'll talk to you next year sometime. Right? Yeah. How do we share power? We talk about creating seats at the table. I think that here now they say if you're not at the table, you're on the menu, which means you're being eaten, right? And so we're creating seats at the table, so we're all at the table. People don't always feel like they're equal partners, even when they're sitting at the table.
Right.
So what does it mean to really co-create and to share power?
So that's a really challenging question because for the reasons that we've all discussed already, this system, especially when it comes to healthcare, was intentionally created not to center individuals as human beings and their families and their communities, right? We hear a lot about, how do you build trust and and sometimes you hear from the clinical side, why can't they just trust us? Right now it's a big issue, why can't we trust the fact that there's science that says people should be vaccinated? Why can't we trust, what do you do in this kind of post-factual, post-science world where even the data, the information that's coming out of government federal sources is false, right? Trust is a huge issue now more than ever. But I think we also have to understand that even though many institutions with the best intentions have not acted in trustworthy ways. Stop asking, what do I need to do for you to trust me? It's like, well, why don't you look at yourself and see what have you done that is actually trust, inducing, trust inspiring. And you start with being transparent, with saying what you mean and meaning what you say. And also, even to the extent, I chair a National Academy of Medicine committee working on, how do you measure meaningful community engagement? And one of the first things we had to do was, so the people you've convened, there are almost nobody from community here. Yes, you have experts who have been doing CBPR for, generations, learned in Brazil from Paulo Freire, but you don't have the people actually from the communities here. And so one of the first things that we did was we're going to blow this up and we're going to add, 15 more seats to this. And it wasn't just plop them in this conversation with all these highfalutin, people with all those extra letters after their names. It was let's meet them first and let's talk about what they want. And you have to understand that it's not enough to create the chair, but the chair needs to be supported. You can't just drop people in and expect them to suddenly feel like they can have an argument with the CEO of a health insurance company explaining why, you need to pay for my doula, and by the way, you need to have midwives, and by the way, maybe you shouldn't have people who treat me like dirt when I walk into your ER and send me to go give birth, in the car, like just happened a couple of weeks ago in this country. And that happens all the time. We just don't always get the news. Right? And so thinking about, so you start with that. And then you start with, in this country, it's all about who has the money. And so what Didi was talking about, I'm not going to give you a budget until my community partners tell me what they need, is not an easy thing to tell the 17 funders who you've been talking to. Right? It's where's your budget? It's sorry, don't have it yet, because it's not easy to say, rather than the $2 million that we thought that, or $1 million, I'm making these numbers up, that we thought we needed for the survey, we need an extra $1 million, because we want to have this community-based advisory council that gets paid. That isn't just for the beginning, it's throughout the whole thing. That isn't just about what are the questions we should ask, but actually helped us wordsmith the questions. Helped us think about what are the questions that in this environment we shouldn't even ask. Because we can't guarantee the safety of this information, especially in these times. What are the questions? And then when we get the data, it's not just okay, so now we're going to have the experts in the university analyze it all. Now it's going to be okay, here's the data. What do you think is most important of this data? This number might seem really fascinating to an academic who wants to publish 17 papers later and make sure she gets tenure track. But is that actually meaningful from a policy change, from a system change perspective, to the people who we're working with on the ground? And it might not be the sexiest academic thing, but it'll be the one that's going to make a difference in the lives and the well-being of those family members. And guess what? That's also going to take twice as long. Because when you're giving up that hierarchy of I'm the one that knows and I'm the PI and I'm going to publish what I think needs to be published, when it becomes a collaborative effort, you have to invest not just the money, but also the time into getting the feedback. And they're going to have 17, if you have a cab of 17 people, you're going to have 17 different perspectives, and they're not all going to agree. So that is an effort as well. And in doing that is that you're building trust. And then from that is then you find, okay, so these things, what are the things that are actually, and this is where it gets a little bit hard for some folks, and this is where the policy education is really important. What of these things are actually amenable to policy change? Right? You can't, as much as you want to try, you can't policy change people's biases. You can do all the training that you want. The jury is out on whether anti-bias training even actually works, all that stuff, let alone doing that in this day and age, in places outside of, incredible, forward-thinking, human rights-focused states like New Jersey, right? Outside of New Jersey, I just came back from a conference on health equity in Montgomery, Alabama. And if you ever have the opportunity to go down there and see the monument to the mothers of gynecology, you definitely need to make that trip for a bunch of other reasons as well. But talk about a healthcare field that was built on the suffering and torture of Black enslaved teenage bodies, right? I'm thinking about it, I'm getting chills and whatever. But we need to make sure that we are able to push the time envelope, the resources envelope, the just listening and respect envelope that is needed to make sure that the things that can be changed by policies, and in that, look at structures and look at money at the end of the day. How you measure success. Those are the things. And make sure that policies include the evaluation, and that the evaluation, because there's always going to be unintended consequences. There's always going to be things that none of us thought about that may have not worked out the way we wanted and actually hurt people, right? Plan for it. That there needs to be money for the evaluation, and the evaluation includes people from the community, and that there is a built-in feedback loop for updating policy, addressing the issues that come up as we go along. So that's a long list. But at the end of the day, it's about, I'll always remember one of the incredible professors that I had at my undergraduate was Cornel West. And I learned a lot from, I've had a lot of great professors in my career, but that was one of them. And I always hold in my heart, as if I had engraved it there, that for those of us who work on health justice and health equity, justice is what love looks like in public.
Yes.
Remember this. And that's what policy needs to look like.
Right.
Justice is what love looks like in public. That will stay with us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I heard you loud and clear, Cindy, when you talked about that table and the conversations at the table and the need to strengthen the chair at the table. Because you don't just bring people to the table and say, here, you sit on the wobbly chair and I'll sit in the sturdy one.
Right.
But I guess the next question I have is really for Jay. You have developed this Find Your Roar training, and I think the title speaks to what it is. Find Your Roar. And I have watched you over the years through Melanated Moms training really work with other moms and other advocates to help them find their roar. What have you learned? How do you get community to feel empowered at the table? How do you get them to speak up? How do you get them to question? How do you get them to shake the system and demand that we see that love demonstrated in public through the justice lens?
That is an amazing quote. I'm going to put that on a T-shirt.
Yes, that's beautiful.
That's amazing. But I think the way that you empower people is having them to redefine what empowerment really means. I think it's not a coincidence. We are all on this stage. We're all from different diverse backgrounds, academia, professional, and personal experiences, but all of us relate, and it's absolutely necessary for not just other moms, but organizations, funders, everybody that's in this room, for them to see us putting our advocacy into action in real time. When we talk to moms and families and organizations that serve moms and families, we want them to be able to embody that. We want them to feel what empowerment looks like from that person's lens, and hearing their definition of it, and then helping them to redefine it. When we think about power sharing, one thing that you said that totally stood out to me was how funders will kind of dictate what they want the report to look like. But when we're speaking to moms and families, we want them to be the person with the pen, right? So being a representative for them, sharing my story, breaking down that wall so they know that the vulnerability in the room is not just one-sided. It's very valuable, but it's the reciprocated effort. So I share my losses, I share my wins. I also share parts of the growth of my organization. So with Melanated Moms, we've been in business just as long as Nurture New Jersey has been here. This has been 8 years. And I was saying earlier, this is such a full circle moment for me, because I really get to see how we've been able to evolve through telling those stories and seeing hundreds and thousands of moms find their space in their own voice and change the trajectory of their lives and their children's lives in that very special way. And I don't take that for granted at all. I think as an organization, and I'm going to be very transparent, when we saw the shift in our country this year, and we saw words that literally banned us from helping the people who look like me, I literally had funders drop and say, well, if you change your name, then maybe we can help you. Or if you shift who you're targeting, then maybe we can see that you're still worth the investment. These are real quotes. I'm that serious. So what I had to do is remind myself, I'm not here for someone to look at the work that we're doing as a trend, or it's cute, or it's fancy. I'm authentically showing up as myself every single day. I'm doing this work whether you fund me or not. My money is always going to show up. My work is always going to show up in the room. My name is always going to be here because I'm not doing it just for me. Right. It also helped me to really restructure how melanated men can show up in nonprofit spaces and for-profit spaces and industries that never even thought to think of maternal health as a consideration. It also helped me to learn the value of partnership. One of the ways that we were able to build as we climbed was through fiscal sponsorship. I will always be so incredibly grateful to Black Ladies of Public Health Foundation for allowing us to bring in a large grant so that we can sustain the organization and grow. If they didn't do that, we would have stayed in organizational poverty. Yes. And we see so many organizations that have been around longer than I have, been doing this work for 20, 30 years, and can't get a grant of $10,000. I'm coming. But that organization, they saw me, they saw the work I wanted to do, but they also saw the areas that I had no idea how to ask for support for. So as I was building and as I told them about Find Your Roar, and I'm like, can I do this here? Can I work with the students that you guys have? Can we figure out how to make this thing more than just an initiative, but a movement? They not only showed up with fiscal sponsorship, but they rolled up their sleeves. They became facilitators. They helped us mentor young women. They helped us find other moms. They helped us find young people in preconception who needed to have this information so that they were prepared for their motherhood and they weren't just being reactionary to it. So with all of those things, like, I know, sorry, I was about to start preaching. Preach. Ciao. I know how pivotal it is to have your voice in a room that typically, almost always, ignores you and your existence, unless you can be the statistic, you can be the negative, you can be the reason that the system has to exist, right? So in my training and in the work that we've been able to do, we constantly redefine what does empowerment look like? What does representation mean? How do you tell your story not from a place of shame or trauma, but victory and transformation? How do you pull in new partners who may have never considered your experience because they justified it because you're Black? They justified it because you're poor. They justified it because they said you don't have enough education. We've been able to dispel that. And I'm so proud to see all of the seeds we've been able to plant and all of the people who've been able to grow from that, you know. And it started here in New Jersey. It really started with New Jersey. And honestly, Tammy, you really shifted so much in the maternal health culture. I remember I had an opportunity to meet with a funder in Chicago, and it was like the 6 degrees of separation. And you had a conversation with a different first lady, and you talked about the work that Melanated Moms did. You talked about the work that policy did and how it touched the people, and you actually inspired them to take the same approach to setting precedent for naming Black maternal health, not just maternal health, but Black maternal health in their initiatives. And I'm so, so grateful for you to see the value in that. We don't get that. And when I think about value-based care, it comes to policy, it touches policy, it changes policy, you know, but we want our moms and our families to know your words are what actually inspires the policy. Yeah. And your words are the ways that we're able to change those things. Yeah.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for sharing all of those wonderful examples. of how this work is done. I'm going to change this question a little bit, this last question, and it's for everyone. And the question is, if families were designing, it says the maternal health system from scratch. So we're not from scratch, we're from where we are. We're building on this momentum. But what do you think needs to look different? I'm going to talk a little later on about MIA and some of the things that we've done differently that maybe you're familiar with. But what advice might you give me on where to start to move closer to that vision? And how can deeper listening and co-creation really help us get there? And I say all of that saying that community is at the center of this work, Nurture NJ, and the MIA work that we're continuing. But I would love to hear from you, just advice, nuggets of wisdom for how we could recreate this system and really build on the momentum that we've established to date. Any of you?
I love this question because I think it allows us to think about, what would the system look like? So I really appreciate you drilling down on systems, Cincy, because that's exactly what we're trying to dismantle and improve upon. But if families could help build it, not from scratch, from where we are, two things I think make a lot of sense. Focusing on wellness and not crisis. When we frame Black maternal health from a place of, Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die, and 84% of maternal deaths are preventable. You're detracting from the beauty that is the Black birthing experience. It's a beautiful thing. And so that reframing, right, and embedding that reframing throughout the entire healthcare system, not from a place of crisis, not from a place of gloom and doom, but a focus on wellness, health, joy. And in that reframing, then the system that we are building would fund upstream interventions. These would include guaranteed housing. You know how many people leave a postpartum visit and don't have a firm place to go, right? Like they're not stably housed with a newborn, right? Universal WIC and SNAP benefits, standardized paid maternity leave, which includes a focus on postpartum mental health, okay? And providing that support during the perinatal and postpartum periods. And also thinking about a way to expand our social systems. I often talk about culturally, Jay mentioned it in her remarks about like the loneliness in pregnancy. And I think all these things work together, right? When people feel socially isolated, they don't have the infrastructure. Cincy talked about it as well in her story. I think if we're reimagining a system from scratch, we're providing that support in the postpartum period. Most of us here know that the majority of complications and maternal deaths occur in the postpartum period. How do we hold space for women and birthing people in that season of their life as they're expanding? And so that looks like postpartum doulas. That looks like a focus on people's getting support in the in-home environment, expanding the length of that support and the quality of that support. And then holding our hospital systems accountable I'd love to see some type of community-led reporting system. Now, we have this in EarthApp. Everybody here familiar with Earth, the work of Kimberly Seals-Allers? It's my good sis.
She was here on the panel last year.
Oh, she was wonderful. But like, how do we create these places where hospitals are being held accountable, frankly, for how they're prioritizing people? Those are just some of the things that I have. I can talk more offline. But I have to believe that we can do better as a country, as a system. First Lady Tammy said in her opening remarks, we know what it means to be good to people, right? And we cannot forget that given the current systems that we're sitting in. But if we have the opportunity, these are the things that I would really focus on. Centering the family. Somebody asked a question about fathers. Providing lactation support so we can initiate and sustain breastfeeding for longer periods of time. This is what people need. And pelvic floor therapy. And with that, I'm turning it over.
So I think that it's very fundamental. The community, people know what they need. And in fact, in a lot of communities, they're experts who are providing for those needs. They're just not being recognized. And that helps us with thinking against the deficit frame, right? Communities know they're always going to be, the grandmas, the tias who know how to help, who will give them that exists. We just have to resource it. We have to see it, we have to resource it. And fundamentally, we just have to actually listen to and pay attention to the people with the uteri, right? That has to come before anything else. And to the people that that person identifies as their network, as their family of choice, who may not be the family genetically, because as long as we think about the individual as just an individual in that moment in time, even if that moment in time is the 9 months, we're going to fail, because we need to think of an entire holistic life course approach that centers the person going through that within the community, the resources, the family, the network that they have. And then that defines where the effort goes, where the money goes. It does not make sense that in this country, something like $9 out of every dollar that goes into maternity goes into just the birthing. Not before, not after. Maybe 8, something like that. We need to put that on its head, and at the end of the day, listen to what it is that communities want, because they know what works. What works? More opportunities to be in community, more birthing centers, less being in hospitals where you don't know how you're going to be treated, where you might be actually treated really badly. Not everybody can have a home birth, but let's not make it impossible to do so. If anybody who wants the midwife should be able to get one. Right. Anybody who wants the doula should be able to get one. Anybody who wants a lactation consultant should be able to get one, or other kinds of community health peer support, including mental health peer support, including PTSD peer support. Right. All of those things should be available. It's really, people act like it's rocket science, but it's not. The rocket science part is having the political will to decide that we care more about people's health and communities' health and outcomes than the bottom line of insurance companies, hospital systems, and others.
Absolutely.
Oh, and let's not forget, private equity funds, which are coming after us as well. So let's just remember that we just have to make a political decision that we are going to prioritize how we treat people and how we treat each other, as the First Lady says, over financial bottom line, period.
I think we also show them how to turn resources as a noun from a tangible thing into resources as a verb, right? So giving them the information is one thing, but how do we actually create implementation strategies? Utilizing the languages that they speak, literally and figuratively. There's words that resonate with me way better than some others, right? And being able to create material that they can see themselves reflected in, right? So having different media outlets, different places that people are currently using as their resource hubs. We see TikTok, we see Facebook, we see LinkedIn even, and Instagram as different places and hubs for people to not just find the information, but the people who are disseminating the information. Giving parents the breath that they need to trust their stories and their experiences is what will create the change. Right, so giving them the strategies with COC&J this past summer, we actually did a power building training, and we had parent advocates who were learning how to embrace this thing called power sharing that they've never seen in real time happen. But also, here's what it looks like when you go out to the community and you're talking to people who often feel unseen and unheard. Here's how you can engage them, and here's how you can continue to keep them involved in this work. It's also taking your hat off from thinking that because I'm the expert in the room, I know it all. You don't. You don't know other people's experiences, but you do know how to hear from their space and how to then become a change maker who's able to pass the baton to people who are making larger levels of change. So just really allowing families and individuals the space that they need to know that they can trust you, to know that they're a part of the process with you, and to keep going even after we're gone.
Right.
Tremendous nuggets of wisdom. Justice is love shown in public. This is rocket science. This is not rocket science. How to show up for a community. not empty-handed.
Right.
And not putting them at the end of the line in terms of resource allocation. Finding your roar. We're finding our roar in New Jersey. I certainly can attest to that. I think when people want to tell me something, they don't hold back. They often roar. But it is good to know that we are sharing the New Jersey message and the New Jersey style beyond New Jersey. So at this time, I just want you all to join me in giving this phenomenal group a round of applause. They understood the assignment. They read the room. They've really left us with things that we will implement. They have a connection to New Jersey, so we can continue to tap into them. I don't know if we have time for questions. Any questions at all? Or I think we're at time.
Oh, there's one right here. Yeah,
there's one right there. That's my boss, so she'll tell me if we can.
I fear the time is up.
The time is up. Okay.
I have a really bad job here, but this was amazing, and all of you, I learned so much from listening to each and every one of you. So thank you on behalf of everyone.
Thank you.
I know that this group is going to be here, so please just pounce and ask them whatever you want to ask them. I'm sorry it won't be in public, but I know Lisa well enough to know that she's going to share. So I just really quickly, we're trying desperately to stay on schedule. So we have a lunch break right now for the next 45 minutes. If you can please be back in your chairs if you can by 12:25, that would be super helpful. And during lunch, just like we had during our first break, there will be some videos, and one of them I'm very excited to share is on Family Connects NJ. So please make sure that you get to see it, maybe get your food and come back in here and eat. So thank you to all of you for doing what you've done and for showing up, and great.
When I got pregnant with my son, I don't think I even thought about how I was going to feed him. I was just like, I'm having a baby.
I knew I wanted to be the first in my family to breastfeed. We're going to break these generational curses and I'm going to give my kid this magic milk, this liquid gold. Moms that I had known said it wasn't easy, so I wanted to make sure I took the breastfeeding class prenatally. My midwives had a lot of prenatal support to help set you up to have a successful breastfeeding journey.
I had to learn everything, how to latch, how to pump.
I took a prenatal exercise class for breastfeeding information. Your hormones are crazy. You're not getting any sleep. You might have just had a traumatic birth. And you are your baby's only source of food and nutrients.
I'm the first from my family to breastfeed. I've never done this before, and I get really, really bad anxiety. I had to learn to relax, slow down. You have to look at the bright side. You are about to bring a baby into this world. You got this.
Before I came to Ascenda, I was just a whole mess. Just a whole mess. I was scared I was never going to make it out by myself.
I'm a nurse home visitor. I am involved with pregnant women throughout their pregnancy. Amaya enrolled with me in February. She was just finding out about her pregnancy. She had just turned 19, so we were working through that.
It's nice having someone look out for me while having a baby.
As we were building our relationship, she started having some housing issues, and then she was able to get her own apartment. So now we're back on track, and we are focusing more so on her pregnancy, her new baby, her journey into motherhood.
The guidance of Ascenda has helped me through just everything that I've been through. If I didn't have Ascenda, I would be having my child all by myself.
I'm able to see her focus on being a new mom, and she's understanding that she has to take care of herself, to take care of her baby. We are all there to support her, so she also feels like she can do it.
Personally, I do feel like I have a better outlook on life because I have a team backing me up.
Being pregnant, mom is going through so much, and then when she has the baby, things change again. So I'm just happy to be there with her, help her talk through some of her feelings. I'm a pregnant woman's best friend.
Well, the path that I was going down, I was scared that I was going to die at before 18. But now I'm on the path where I don't got to worry about that. I still made it through because of Ascenda.
Brick is like one big family. We educate each other and we support each other. I am Kylan Curry. I'm training to be a doula. That is my newest venture with him. I'm a mom of 5 myself, so I've always wanted to kind of be on the other side of things. They are really flexible with my schedule, and I can involve my kids in this. They provide childcare. Healthy Beginnings impacted my family tremendously. One of the people that we had there, they helped me get my house that I live in now. And my kids got to go from an apartment to a house. They have flourished. Brick's community is so vast. It's just easy to jump from one aspect of their programming to the next. Not until I joined Brick did I know all these things were possible.
Every parent has questions.
Is it supposed to hurt like that?
Every parent has surprises.
Somebody needs a diaper change. Is it supposed to look like that?
Every parent can use a little support.
Is it supposed to be this hard?
Family Connects New Jersey offers a free nurse visit at home following the birth or adoption of a baby. This no-cost visit is available for all families regardless of income, insurance, or immigration status. Whether this is your first child or one of many, a little support can go a long way. Visit FamilyConnectsNJ.org to learn more and schedule your nurse visit at home today.
Smile Foundation is a nonprofit dental organization committed to improving the oral and overall health of underserved communities. The mission of Kinder Smile Foundation is to provide underserved and marginalized children and families with access to comprehensive dental care and education. We envision a future where every child has access to a dentist and preventable dental diseases are eradicated. We have 3 dental homes and 6 community programs that are all geared towards bridging the gap in access to oral health care. As our mission is to provide underserved children and their families with access to oral health care, inclusive of families are the matriarchs of households, our mothers. Through this program, we're breaking the dangerous cycle of untreated dental diseases by empowering uninsured and Medicaid-insured mothers from pregnancy all the way up to 3 years postpartum with informative, personal, and culturally sensitive training about the importance of maternal oral health and its impact on the developing fetus and young children. Studies show that pregnant women with poor oral health are more likely to experience preterm birth, low birth weight, preeclampsia, and gestational diabetes. When we intervene, providing our mothers with crucial maternal oral health education and access to a dentist, we significantly reduce poor birthing outcomes for both mom and baby. At Kinder Smile Foundation, once moms complete our intensive maternal oral health training, they're eligible to receive free dental care at one of our dental homes to transform their smiles back to full functionality. In order to improve the maternal health crisis nationwide, but especially in the state of New Jersey, we have to include oral health into maternal health conversations.
I have 2 kids, and when I had the second one, it kind of made life a little bit more hectic because I kind of feel like I had to be on more of a routine, and the resources were really good that I get from Lauren. She helps me, if it's something that I can't find, she'll help me find it, and it's very, very useful, and I really appreciate it. Anytime, I just basically tell her the situation I'm going in, and she's right there, has a resource for me or a plan or a way to help me. I love being a mom, and like I said, the resources I have really helps me to be a mom and not struggle. It's a blessing. It's really good. I appreciate everything.
Nurture NJ has impacted so many families this year by providing that one-on-one support with a dedicated nurse right after birth. If I could describe Nurture NJ in one word, it would be life-saving, because Family Connects NJ nurse home visits have really changed the paradigm for families in that postpartum critical period.
The partnership has impacted me in a marvelous way because it's a company that allows you to do more and more. You're not only working by yourself, but you have a great team working with you to be in a company that allows you to maintain your values and your dignity. We had a client that kept having miscarriage, and by my supervisor allowing me to spend more time with her, to inject into her the expertise of handling client that has miscarriage and vomiting and all other situations, it was wonderful to see that baby was able to born. And not only that, but help that mom to be the best mom she could. And also for mom that has been through domestic violence situation, it's so beautiful to see that their life evolve just based upon the services that I have given them and helping them to say no to violence and to stand for themselves and to be productive and to empower in every aspect of their life, showing them that they're able to do it and they have learned to say no to violence.
Oh like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say were wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. In too deep. I say I'm in too deep. It's been 2 years, I miss my home. There's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe. Yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say were wrecking balls inside my brain. I was screaming loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. A lot of fight left in me. Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. We were good, we were gold, kind of dream that can't be sold. We were right till we weren't, built a home and watched it burn. I didn't want to leave you, I didn't want to lie, started to cry but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand.
Just a quick announcement. If anybody's missing an iPhone, please come see us at the AV booth. We have your iPhone. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're enjoying lunch. At this time, if you're not at your seat or your table, please make your way back. Our program will continue in just a couple of moments. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed lunch. At this time, please find your seats. Our program is about to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please welcome back to the stage First Lady Tammy Murphy.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you were all able to grab some lunch and recharge a bit. We are now moving into our Session 1 breakout, enabling you to dive deeper into some of the themes that we have just discussed, centering families, breaking down silos, and building power in community. At each table, so at your individual tables, you will find a set of guiding questions. We want to hear from you, your experiences, your frustrations with the system as it is, and any ideas you have about making it better. These conversations truly will inform the work of Mia and our partners going forward, so please do not be shy. We are in New Jersey, after all, so I suspect no one will be. Each table has a facilitator who will help to navigate the conversation and a note taker to ensure that we are capturing the discussion. If you have questions about the process or need assistance, then please just raise your hand and someone from our team will come by. You have a total of 25 minutes for the discussion, and then we will reconvene for a readout to hear key themes and insights from each of the tables. I just want to say very quickly, if your theme or your readout or something you think is really important is not shared, do not worry, because every note taker will report back and all of the ideas will be discussed internally and moved forward where we deem necessary. One of our big ideas came out of the very first summit, a very obvious one in the ER. Why is everyone asked, or why isn't anyone asked if you've delivered a baby within the last year? That is now something that we do in New Jersey, and that came out of our first summit. So ideas will emerge from this, and I thank you all, and the clock is ticking, so onward.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, we now have 2 missing phones. So if you're missing your phone, come over to the AV booth. We have 2 iPhones. Ladies and gentlemen, please start to wrap up your conversations. Our readout will begin in 1 minute.
Hi, everybody. Okay, ready? That's my breathing exercise for the day. Okay, so thank you for all of what I'm sure are incredibly rich conversations. We are racing through right now, and I feel uncomfortable about that at best, because the woman, Barbara George Johnson, who is about to step up to this microphone, knows more about this space than I will probably ever know in my lifetime. So we should all understand that this is a woman who not only is the executive director of the Watson Institute at Kane University, who has been on the ground speaking to the community in Trenton specifically, where we're building the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center, but she importantly also is the chair of the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Authority. So pay attention to this incredible woman. Barbara?
Good afternoon. This room is so energized. Good afternoon. I am so excited to be here. I want to thank First Lady Tammy Murphy for giving me the honor to do this again this year. I have an easier job this year. I don't have to be at the Mentimeter reading stuff, right? I can hear from you all and all your brilliant knowledge and the things that you're going to share with us that we're going to take back and, again, put into action. So I'm really grateful to be here to be able to lead that conversation. Let me share a little bit about the John S. Watson Institute for Urban Policy and Research with two things. We always say that we are linking people to policy. So I think you heard that on stage this morning. You cannot do the work if the people that you're trying to, whose lives you're trying to change in a good way, don't understand what policy change means. And the other thing is centering community. The Watson Institute does nothing without centering the indigenous voices of the community. So I'm excited that we have two things that we're focused on today, and one of them is community engagement. It has been decades that those of you who are out in community who've done the outreach work have said it's important to understand what the community is feeling and thinking. And finally, we see this as a pillar to doing this work, to changing the lives of maternal child health and the outcomes in a positive way. So I want to thank the First Lady again, her team, for having this summit today and having one of the focus be community engagement. let me share a little bit and uplift some of the things that I heard. And then the way this is going to work is that there'll be mics, I think. People are roaming around with mics. There are 900 tables in this room. Okay, not quite, but almost, okay? And so everyone's voices won't necessarily be raised in the room today, but it will be raised based on the information that's going into the Mentimeter by the folk at your table who are transcribing and writing into that space. So make sure we get all of that information. But let me share a couple of things. And I know Jay Wilson, I know Ndidi, I just got to meet Dr. Hernandez-Casina. I'm going to say your name right? Okay. And they're amazing in the work that they do every day. So with Jay, it really touched me that I said, remembering that you are a part of the community, that when you do this work, remember that you're a person that lives in a community who probably has had an experience or knows someone that has had an experience. So bring that authenticity into the work that you're doing when it comes to community engagement. We also heard that community trust is critical. So if you're not connected to community, then you can't just jump into community, right? You have to build trust, and sometimes that takes time. And sometimes we feel like time is what we don't have, but we do. Because if we don't take the time to build trust, we'll be right back here 10 years later struggling with the same problems. So take the time to build trust in the community. And then that came from Dr. Ndidi, who said, don't drop crumbs. And she dropped some knowledge when she said, don't drop crumbs, okay? Because at the end of the day, we need more than $2 and $5,000 and $10,000 here. We need our communities to be able to build infrastructure, and with that infrastructure, we need resources. So we got to go to our government, federal. Yeah, I know, it's kind of tough right now. But federal, because trust me, the money's going somewhere in federal. So we just got to find out where it is, and then we just got to go get it. So federal, state, your private entities, your corporations who are getting a nice tax cut, I heard. So let's build the resources that we need. And then Dr. Hernandez, I'm so pleased to hear you say systems design is intentional, right? Because we have to make sure that the systems that did not impact us in the way that it should, are dismantled, and other systems are built with care, transparency, and authenticity is what I heard. So those are the things that I raised from the conversation. There were many, many more pearls that were dropped, but we need to hear from you. I feel like I am in speed dating right now. I'm speaking like at 35, 40 words a minute because we have just a few minutes, but I want to hear from as many tables as possible. I'm going to leave my table, number 7, for last. I think we'll try to get 3 or 4 other tables because we talked about how we look at community-based organizations and getting people to the table through the leadership lens, and I think that was a critical conversation. So if someone can raise their hand if they are carrying a mic around so I can see where the mics are. All right, so let's go all the way over to what it looks like table 9. I don't have glasses. I can't, other than these are reading, and then I need distance glasses because you all know what that means. I've gotten older. So I think that's table 9. If we can go to table 9 and just hear from them in their readout. We had several questions that were guiding principle questions. I could ask one, but let me start with table 9 and see what they want to raise up. Was there no one at table 9? Am I missing? Oh, why am I looking over there? Oh, my eyes are really bad. Table 9. What's over there? You can just pick one over there. 29, you're right by 29. I see 17. People are shy. They're not raising their hands. So we are all family in this room. We all do this work. We're passionate about it. No readout is going to be anything that we don't think is important and creative and critical to the conversation.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zolene Hill. We have the pleasure of having our recommendation up on the screen, and we recommended a mandate that through legislation, a requirement that all public schools create a course for all students, meaning of all genders, to take education about maternal health and healthy child development, for that to be a requirement for graduating from a public school in New Jersey.
Thank you. I think that's a really important as we have a new governor-elect and we look at K through 12 education. I think as we are in this room writing on the information that's going into the Mentimeter, I think it's important that we think about our I would say pre-K through 12th and post-secondary education, right? And how we ensure that we're building the understanding of this from a very early age. Someone mentioned preconception and how you start to build yourself mentally and physically for that. So thank you for that. I am going to go back to table 9 because for some reason I called on table 9 before, so.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Tara Colton. I'm happy to speak on behalf of our wonderful Small But Mighty table. And we really got deep into hospital discharge surveys and the process of what people experience when they have a good, bad, or indifferent experience at the hospital, and how most of us never fill them out. We just delete them, ignore them. So we talked about the need for greater accountability, particularly hospital administrators, and thinking about, are there strategies to either incentivize, require, or tie insurance payments to the completion of surveys by patients who are discharged, because we think it would help potentially get a much more honest representation of people's experiences to then come back into the hospital system to expand accountability.
No, thank you for that. I really think that's an important focus, because again, as we sit at tables and we talk about the disparities and how Black women, women of color are treated as they're going for care, as they're maybe even delivering in hospitals, we are always pointing to the negative experiences in the hospital. But how do we use the tools that are there to ensure that they know the kind of experiences being had, right? So I want to hear someone else in that same vein. I want to hear another table maybe talk about that particular thing, if they have, and what are some of the other ways, I see someone raising their hand over here, that we can address that.
Our table discussed a micro change that would have a huge impact on families who face stillbirth or infant loss. So many of them come to Circles later and tell me that when they go for follow-up care in an outpatient facility, the doc comes in, or the midwife comes in and says, "How's the baby?" So there's an oversight, there's a gap in the continuity of care, there's a gap in communication that could be ameliorated with something like an EHR code or a note on the door or some notice that follows families who've had one of the worst outcomes, so that their follow-up care reflects what they've been through, and the clinicians have an easy way that everybody can access, that's just baked into the system, to acknowledge when families have had terrible outcomes, so that the care that they receive thereafter can be respectful.
So thank you. And I think so we're talking about systems change. And I think it's important to understand that there has to be continuity of care. So we have in New Jersey, thanks to the First Lady and others, the home visit program now that we hope to expand because it's done such a good job of engaging women when they're home. And so I think the opportunity to be able to ensure that we're understanding and learning their experiences, to your point, while they're in the hospital, so that we address those issues when they're home. Mental health also. I'll give you a quick example. When I had my first child, great, experience. I had a great OBGYN. I can talk about some other things that happened along the way, but I won't. And when I got home, I had really excruciating headaches that blacked me out. And I was home with my infant, my newborn, had one of these headaches and thought that I was dying, and had nobody in the house with me, so called my mom, who does not live far, to say, come open the door and come into the house, because the infant is here with me. I don't know what's going on, and I didn't think I was going to make it. After a couple of days of kind of recovering from that, I called my OBGYN, who was amazing, and she said, oh, well, that could be one of the symptoms of postpartum. Who knew, right? So to Dr. Hernandez's point, if you're, and Dr. Ndidi and Jay, if you're educated even, right, with great health care, if someone is not following up, if you don't know all the things that you should be experiencing, then how do you know what to do? And that's mental. That's a real mental space that you end up in, which could lead to postpartum depression, right? So continuity of care from the hospital to home visits is absolutely critical. We want to go over here, and I see someone raising their hand at, I don't know, I can't see the table number, but you can stand, and then they'll give you a mic.
Hello, I'm Zayana. I'm here.
Okay, we'll take that, and then there's somebody else at this table closer to me. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm Zayana. I'm at table 64. Our suggestion is in the lower right-hand corner, where institutions and healthcare systems in New Jersey should acknowledge their past ignorance and just their involvement in maternal infant health, whether it's through the environment or contributing to the stress that mothers experience or just having poor health care for their employers. Just acknowledging that and building relationships with community members and advocates like doulas and midwives, and also, sorry, it was on the top of my head. yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Thank you. So you almost need a truth and reconciliation experience, right? So a healing experience from the women who have gone through this trauma for generations. There's a person right here, and I don't know what I am on time, so if someone can tell me if I'm good on time, I'll take a couple more tables. 2 minutes? Okay, so we'll do
Okay, I'll be really quick.
Person and then this table.
Oh.
Go ahead. No.
Okay. Our table discussed having access to information at every step of the way during prenatal, preconceptual, and not having any of that information gatekept or deeming someone not needing that information. So making sure that the brochures accessible in every language and in everybody's hand, not just who the doctor thinks should receive it.
Thank you. We have one last comment from table 7, which was a table that I was at, so I'm going to be a little, I don't know who's, okay.
Yeah, we took a look. We had these. We had some of the panelists, so it was a little bit cheating. So we had some of the answers ahead of time, but really took a lesson in how do you take a position of power and leadership and really lead in a way that really cultivates the conditions that really truly support authentic listening, community engagement, and what do you do personally as a leader? And we had some examples of actual modeling the behavior, starting with your own team and how you actually really treat your team, support your team, give your team space to grow, and that's a way to do it. I think there's the way in which you actually deeply respect stories as sacred, and so when you use your own voice to amplify the stories of others, what does it mean to actually do that in a way that is actually beautifully honoring and elevating that, but not at all being extractive? So it was a really beautiful conversation about using power in a way that really does support a lot of the themes that the panelists had shared.
Thank you. And so sometimes I think as leaders, we are so pulled in many different directions that we forget that we are a part of the process, that those who work for us are looking at us. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for that. So we have to model, we have to be the leaders, and we have to be the ones that are sort of driving the change. I want to say a couple of things in closing that replicate New Jersey. New Jersey is doing some amazing work in this space. I also want to remind us that our nonprofits, our small nonprofits, are also our community, and so they need to be supported at all times and be brought into the conversation. And please let's not forget the out-of-the-box thinking of the unhoused women or women with disabilities who should also have voices at this table as part of community. Thank you so much for your work. Make sure things are on the Mentimeter so that we can capture it later, and look forward to talking to you a little bit later. Thank you.
Okay, so a huge thank you, as always, to Barbara for pinch hitting and getting us through that. Okay, our second session is entitled From Local to Global, Partnerships That Strengthen Families. And for this session, I actually have the privilege of moderating. I'm not sure exactly why I'm moderating, but I was told that's what I'm doing, so I'm going to be the moderator. But we are going to be, I'm going to be joined by, and please, I don't know if are you mic'd up? Okay, so can you walk down here, and everybody, as I call your name, go down here. So Christy Turlington Burns, who is the founder and president of Every Mother Counts. Shakira Williams-Lindsay, who is the Director of Maternal and Infant Health Initiatives at the March of Dimes. And Ken Harris, who is the co-founder and CEO of the League of Voices for Mothers, Babies, Fathers, and Families. So together we're going to explore how to break down silos, how to scale what works, and how to ensure that community-led solutions are fully integrated into our systems. Bear with us 1 second. Yep, I got it. For me? Okay. Okay, so I think I blew it for everybody because I wore a long dress, so I couldn't be mic'd, so everybody's got to now hold a handheld. Okay, thank you all so much for being here.
In New Jersey, we have, as you know, made meaningful progress in maternal and infant health, but we also know that we are still learning. Across the country and around the world, there are powerful examples of partnership, of care integration, and community leadership from which we can learn and adapt here at home. Today's conversation is an opportunity to draw on the experiences of our panelists in global advocacy, national program leadership, and community-grounded systems work, and to ask, what are we doing well? What are we missing? And how do we build the kinds of partnership that will outlast any one administration, organization, or funding source? So I am really honored to be joined by such distinguished panelists. And I will start with a specific question for each of you, and then we'll have some that are going to be more of a group conversation before opening up to Q&A from the audience, okay? So Christy, you are the founder and president of Every Mother Counts, a global leader in advocating for safe pregnancy and childbirth. Your work began with your own childbirth experience, and an experience that inspired your documentary, No Woman, No Cry, and ultimately a movement. Every Mother Counts was one of the very first organizations, you and I just were discussing this, with which I engaged back in 2018, 2019. And I just wonder how the conversation around maternal and infant health has evolved over the last 7 years. So pretty broad. You can go where you want to go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Is that working? Yeah. It's such an honor to be here with you all today. Gosh, the last 7 years, I feel like so much has happened. Obviously, the pandemic, a big chunk of that time. I would say prior to that time, we were spending most of our 15 years as an organization really just raising awareness. As you said, I had a personal experience after the birth of my first child. I hemorrhaged after an otherwise really great experience with an amazing team that managed my care in the way that I wish for every mother and family around the world. I feel like that first half of having an organization, just like continually bringing the conversation up, oftentimes bringing the U.S. up in that conversation for the first time. I think the awareness around the Black maternal health crisis, the maternal health crisis at large in this country has, you know, obviously we all have seen and read, and to see that it's continued to be top of note, a cover of a headline, all of the things. However, I think we've at the same time been rolling back, right? The numbers are getting worse. We know now, right, the data that there were like early theories in public health about why and who was most impacted disproportionately by the outcomes. And now, right, we know the evidence. It's like we don't like, that's just, it's a fact. And so then with the post-Dobbs and the rollbacks, et cetera, we kind of know that we're also moving in a direction where we're going to continue to roll back without being sort of on the dire side, because I do think positivity and joy and hope are all really important to have in conversations like this. However, we do have to acknowledge that, like, this is not getting better. And for a country, as we also know, that spends more per capita on healthcare than any other nation in the world, it's unacceptable. And so I continually remind myself that I'm in a lot of rooms where this is new information for you all. It is not. And yet it needs to be said and repeated and restated as many ways as we can. And we've done that through storytelling in the form of films, but also in the form of campaigns. And I was also saying at our table, like, storytelling doesn't even feel like the right word, because it is the amplification of the stories and the models of care and the individuals who are actually at the front lines, meeting people where they are, demonstrating what works, what's scalable, what we need to invest in. And so our job has been really to try to elevate those voices and stories and examples so that more of us can help to support and resource those.
Thank you. Just to put a fine point on, it's not getting better. While we have improved here in New Jersey, I just want to remind everyone that the United States as a whole has gone from 55th in the world for maternal mortality rates back when we started on this journey. We're now 57th. So we are determinedly going in the wrong direction, unfortunately. So keep at it with your documentaries. Okay. Having spent time on Monday with Dr. Michael Warren and several others from the March of Dimes leadership, it is only appropriate that we are sitting here today with our next panelist. Shakira, as Director of the Maternal and Infant Health Initiatives at none other than the March of Dimes, and truly across your entire career. You have spent more than 2 decades in public health and early childhood systems. Inspired by your own personal experience, you have worked to strengthen partnerships between hospitals and community organizations and public agencies to ensure that families simply receive equitable and continuous care. Given March of Dimes' presence across communities nationwide, what are some of the best practices that you have seen for shared learning and uplifting community-driven innovation across statewide, regional, or national work?
Absolutely. First, thank you so much for inviting me to be on this panel with these 2 esteemed panelists, Chrissy and Ken. I just want to speak a little bit from a March of Dimes perspective as well as a Shakira's perspective. So one of the biggest strengths at March of Dimes is that although we operate on a national level, I just want to say we are deeply grounded in local realities. And I think best practices, First Lady, that I've seen that work very well is when we're centered around creating this 2-way learning loop, where at March of Dimes, we see what's working well in communities, and then we share it with the states, statewide. But once it reaches, let's just say a state like New Jersey, we make sure that it's tailored and it's adapted to meet the local community's needs. Now, I did have some other examples that March of Dimes programs that I wanted to bring to your attention, like our low-dose big benefits. That's a maternal hypertension initiative, and I know Jay talked a little bit about preeclampsia, but the clinical lessons that we learned from California actually inform the toolkits that we're using all over the nation. And I'm happy to say, because when I give my examples from a national perspective, I also want to bring it back to New Jersey, because that's where I'm from, and that's the state I believe in the most. So in New Jersey, with our low-dose big benefits, low-dose aspirin campaign, I'm happy to say that we are partnering with Atlantic Healthcare Systems to implement a low-dose aspirin quality healthcare program in 2026. Very excited about that. The other thing that March of Dimes does well, I think, and I really truly believe this, is our doula work, where we modeled and piloted in several different states, and then we said, okay, this is time that we're going to now bring our collectives all together and see where we can go and branch out in different states and really stay. And March of Dimes, we partnered with CVS, the Health Foundation, to do a 5-year initiative where we can amplify the work that doulas are doing to really care for moms and babies. And I'm happy to say, and I was on the selection committee, and people applied from all across the United States. And I am very happy to say that one of our very own in New Jersey received the grant. They're a recipient, and that's a perinatal health equity initiative with Dr. Nastasia Harris. So we're really looking to see, and I don't know if Dr. Harris is here today, but I was so happy. Of course, I did not review her grant. I reviewed grants in California and Arizona and Texas. They wouldn't let me touch New Jersey, but I was happy. I mean, I was doing a cartwheel, and then because this doula work is important. It's very important. But when I found out that New Jersey was a recipient, I did a backflip, and I said, okay, this is where we're going. And of course, our March of Dimes report card and our maternity care desert report, that's where we give a shared data foundation so that we can drive solutions. Now, if you hadn't had a chance to look at the marchofdimes.org report card, as our First Lady just talked about, we do this every year, and we're not going in the right direction where we need to be. We had a D+ in preterm birth for the nation. If you go to marchofdimes.org and you look at this interactive map, and I look at all the states. Now, I'm from New Jersey, you know, but I want to see how we're doing in comparison to other states. So it's important for you to go there. But while I'm talking about our March of Dimes report card, I also want to let you all know that there are other opportunities for you to go to our peristats and use the data so that you can apply for grants or whatever you need to do, but it's there for you. And I'm happy to say that in 2025, our report card was sponsored by the Burke Foundation. I know I did see Atia and Renee in here somewhere, and I just want to thank you for that. And it's very important that we realize that we have lots of work to do. And New Jersey was selected, so the March of Dimes selects 8 states that they list as priority states, and they listed New Jersey as a priority state this year, which I'm pleased, because there are areas where we are improving, and we want to celebrate that. Do we still have work to do? Absolutely. Am I sitting up here today and telling you that everything is Pollyannish? No. If you look at those reports, there are huge disparities, especially with Black women and our Native American sisters. We have to do better, and we are going to do better. Now, internally, it's important at March of Dimes that we share innovative work. And some of the things that we do with our NICU family support, we have our family supports all over the nation, but we have them get together on a monthly basis to say, what's working in your state? And what can I do here in New Jersey? As well as our mobile health units, which I'll talk a little bit more about. And we look at the best practices again. And if something's working in Arizona, why not see if it works in Washington, D.C.? And then advocacy work. I see my colleague Ed Bray's back there. He works for Office of Government Affairs at March of Dimes. And we look at other states and how they might be facing similar policy barriers. And how can we talk about it? How can we talk about advocacy? I know it's wonderful that under the Murphy administration, we passed 70 pieces of legislation or more. First Lady is saying now. Excellent. I want to big up that. But I have to tell you, it's always a but, right? I have to tell you, a part of our March of Dimes report card, we dedicate a few slides to what we call policy matters. So I'm at a large university, I'm at a large hospital last month, and I'm talking about that slide. And I'm in the labor and delivery department, and I was talking about Medicaid extension. And the person said, I didn't even know we had that. I didn't know we had that. So that is what we have to do with these 70 pieces of legislation plus, is make sure that the folks in this room and thereon know about what's going on, because it's the law. It's the law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Shakira. Ken, you are a nationally recognized voice for maternal and child health, fatherhood engagement. We've heard a lot about that today, so I suspect you're going to have to hit that one at some point in time. And community transformation, bringing more than 35 years of experience in public health and community partnership building. Your work has spanned so many roles, and I just have to share a couple because they're pretty wow. He served as an Aspen Fellow, a senior consultant with the National Partnership for Community Leadership, vice president for engagement and community partnerships at the National Institute for Children's Health Quality, the director of the Healthy Start Technical Assistance and Support Center, and now is co-founder and CEO of the League of Voices for Mothers, Babies, Fathers, and Families. Across your personal and professional work and your lived experience as a father navigating the perinatal care system, you have developed a deep perspective on what real systems transformation means. So drawing from your experience, please, can you share your thoughts about strengthening partnerships across sectors?
Yeah, so with all of that, I am just Ken. It's nice to be 62 years old now. I can just be just Ken. And I think everything that I've done in my life has been based on like who I am back then and who I am today. And so I am Ken Harris. You heard a little bit about me, but I need you to know, first of all, I was trained well, so I want to give honor where honor is due. So again, thank you, First Lady, and my colleagues that are here, and everyone that's responsible for me being here with you all. And I've been in women's health almost 40 years now, and I was learned to honor the womb. So all the sacred wombs in the room, I want to thank all of you for being here as well, and all the great work. For me, it's always been about women, children, fathers, and family, beginning with myself. I was born in this country when black people were not considered human, and I was born in Memphis, Tennessee. I have an activist background. My father was an activist, and so I grew up that way. When I was 8 years old, we moved to Boston and dealt with all of the wonderful racism that was there, and that's why I grew up. So I was an organizer advisor early on, and in 1991, the Federal Healthy Start program started, and it was community-based, community-driven, really about partnerships. This was the first time in our country that a federal grant required, mandated community to be engaged. And so the Healthy Start program is the longest-running program that has started with community engagement. And so that was of interest to me. I was a troublemaker, so I went to the table to make noise, to make sure they did right by that money. My mouth was so big, they invited me to take a job on the advisory committee. I did that for about 2 weeks, and then I ended up having a job. So I've been part of the Healthy Start program since early 1991, when it was just 15 programs, and today there are 115 programs across the country. One of the reasons the program grew is because of this idea around partnerships and community engagement. So we use the word community-based, but Healthy Start was community-based and community-driven. So inviting people to the table is a great thing, but really getting them engaged and across the spectrum of engagement to the point of empowerment and decision-making. Healthy Start has been a great model. And so being blessed to be able to lead that work over the years, I went from a local program to, as you heard, operating nationally. And then the last year moved to Liberation, where I was able to start the League of Voices along with some wonderful colleagues, that we can be totally free to address what needs to be addressed at the community level. This year marks the 25th year anniversary of Dr. Kamara Jones's article, The Gardener's Tale. How many of you remember that from public health school? Yeah, and so Kamara's, at the end of that story, she says, we have to make things right in the garden. True partnerships, authentic partnerships, make things right in the garden. So it takes the courage that you've represented, many in this room, and the kind of work that we've been doing for decades now. So I think it's really important that we are who we say we are and being representative of that. And when it comes to fathers, I knew that fathers were important from the beginning. Healthy Start knew that from the beginning. And Healthy Start is one of the programs that included fathers in MCH. I'm not talking about fathers as an add-on, because if you add us on, when you get sick of us, you can also drop us off. But really, how do we include fathers? And so our fatherhood strategy is in 3 areas: inclusion, connection, and engagement. And we can have a full evaluation and protocol that tells you how to do that. But we have to first include them in the policy. So it didn't make a difference, First Lady, until a program like the Federal Healthy Start program mandated and required fatherhood as one of the required components. It was real. Because people can talk about it, you can do it if you want to, but if it's not in the policy, if it's not concretized, it's not happening. And so for me, when it comes to fathers, we have to learn, how do we integrate him? Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You don't have to do a whole bunch of new things for me. Let me know what's happening with my love of my life. In fact, I've been married for 35 years this year, and the one woman I've been with for 6 years before that, 40 years with the same woman. We have one child, and he spent his first 6 days in NICU, so I understand what that experience is. And I was invisible during his time in NICU, but I had advocates that helped me with him. Angela and I lost our second child, and I almost lost my wife the second time around. And so the experience that we hear from people like Amari Maynard, Bruce McIntyre, and others from Aftershock, that was going on 30 years ago. And when I ran up to the booth one more time, what's going on with my wife, what's going on with my baby, I was told, if you come up here again, we're going to have to call security. So I've always been an advocate for inclusion of fathers, and that's always been a part of our work, and also making sure that he's healthy and has what he needs so he can be that added value. And the last thing I'll say, so when you think about the maternal care continuum, a way of thinking about fathers, how do we include them in the maternal care continuum? Before, during, after, and beyond pregnancy. So we have ways of doing that, and if we have time, we'll get into that. But that's what I see, including him in the system that's already there, because the system was not designed for him in the first place. And so this idea of dismantling is important, but many times it's how do we redesign a system to include him. But you have to first understand what was his exclusion about. And when it comes to black and brown dads, we have history to talk about.
Well done. Thank you, Ken. I would now like to ask each of you 3 to reflect on the following. Partnership is not the responsibility of a single actor. It requires shared leadership across state agencies, health systems, philanthropy, and community-based organizations. So how have you seen each of these different sectors, or pick one, how have you seen leaders step into roles within their own fields in ways that have actually strengthened the entire ecosystem? Anyone want to start?
I guess I'll jump in. I We partner a lot with all kinds of folks. I think that word partnership can be overused, collaboration, all that stuff. But I think as much as we can see examples, right, in the work that we're trying to do and see that, like, whether it's between patient and client or patient and provider, whether it's between, grantee, funder, it takes people coming together and having that mutual respect in order to build and grow something. And we've talked a lot at our table today about trust building and that it does take time. I think the most important things in relationships take time. We were talking about our personal relationships and marriages and things like that, but also like anything, any relationship. We have one grantee partner who, in the early days of us supporting them, they said on a call, "Are we partners? Like, are we really partners?" And I was like, well, we want to be, but tell us how to, like, it's like two entities saying what's important to me and what's important to you, and can we align on that? And we do try to actively do that beyond our grantee partners, with our donors, with policymakers, with whomever we're at the table with. And I mean, it's a constant learning, and we can all do better all the time. But I think that's been sort of a basis of a lot of conversations I've been having this week, and particularly today in our lunch discussion.
Fantastic.
And firstly, I would say, in thinking about Healthy Start, which represents urban, rural, tribal, and border communities, and so I've seen partnerships play out differently across the country and in different programs. But the thing that I've learned and what I really emphasize when it comes to true partnership, because we call them authentic partnerships, but describe what that is. And so what we do is, what is true partnership? It's coordination, collaboration, and integration. Because some people say they're partners, like Christy, but you're just coordinating. You're just taking me to McDonald's here and there. We ain't got no relationship here. But if we're putting our money together, deciding what day we're going to do that, how we can maximize and so forth, that's that full, mature level of partnerships. And I think working toward true partnerships, and I think this started in 2019, 8 years. There's some things that have just clicked at 8 years later, but now people need to take it to the next level. So partnership takes time, and community work, the one thing some people don't have time for is time. And people that we need doing this work, they have no patience and they don't wait. But I will tell you, if they don't want to wait, don't wait. Leave them and go elsewhere, because it takes time. Invest time in true partnerships. That's where you're going to have true integration, where you're building together and you're committed together. So true partnerships is coordination, collaboration, and this integration. So tell me what you mean by the partnership. Don't just use my name and say, "Oh, Ken's my partner." I'll call you a liar if it's not true.
That was good, Ken. So at the March of Dimes, I have to let you know, we provide no direct services. So partnerships are essential. We have several partnerships with organizations, and I'm going to name a few of them because they're official partnerships, where we have signed MOUs, memorandums of understanding, and our national service partners all over the nation, which I love because it shows shared leadership and shared accountability. I like those words, leadership and accountability. And some of our national service partners are the Divine Nine, which are historically Black sororities and fraternities. We also have Jack and Jill, the Links, FBLA, the Future Business Leaders of America, the Tri-SIGs, and these are national partnerships. We also have the General Federation of Women's Clubs and Chi Edify Sorority. And what this does is these are our folks that are actually out there on the streets, in the community. They already are cultural brokers, and they have trust within the community. Now, I want to take a moment as a Delta woman to uplift one of our greatest, no, Dr. Dede, one of our greatest partnerships.
She's up here.
Well, one of our greatest partnerships is with Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and she is a Zeta. And I'll tell you that March of Dimes has been with the Zetas since 1971. Wow. It's a long time. And I want to, I want to say that they have what we call Stork's Nest. And the Stork's Nest all over the nation since the 1970s are aimed at really making sure that our women get into early prenatal care and continuous care. So we're looking to the outcomes: decrease preterm birth and low birth weight, decrease infant mortality, decrease maternal morbidity and mortality. That's what we're looking to do. What better? Dr. Barber, looking at you, when you talked about the John Watson Institute, I received a phone call from someone on your staff, and they said, hey, Shakira, could you help us to locate women of Trenton who can talk and listening sessions and focus groups? And you know who I thought? My Zetas in Trenton. My Zetas in Trenton, and they were there. They showed up and they showed out because they are also native Trentonians. And they did the work. They were there at Kane University in Trenton, at your listening groups. When we had time to sit down with Mia and Lisa Asari on the phone, our folks were there. So this is what I'm talking about, accountability, because they know they have a vested interest in making sure moms and babies are safe. Now, I'm talking about the Stork's Nest. They're all over the nation, but let me talk about what they are in New Jersey. In New Jersey, we have 3 Stork's Nests. We have one serving the Trenton area. We have one serving the Plainfield areas. And we have one serving the Newark, New Jersey area. Yes, let's hear it. So what I want to talk about is how important and how critical that relationship is, where really I see the best outcomes when the communities are leading, and March of Dimes helps to amplify and to scale what's going on. That's a true partnership. When time after time, decade after decade, that you're there and you're performing the best that you can, and then some. Thank you.
Thank you all. Those are exactly the kind of insights that we need to continue to make progress, I think we'd all believe. So it is really well recognized that most of what shapes maternal and infant health happens outside the clinical setting, in housing and transportation, economic stability, social supports, and community connections. So community-based organizations are often the architects of the most meaningful solutions. And that means that one of the most important forms of partnership can be strengthening the bridge between the clinical and the community-based services. So from your experiences, what promising models have you seen that truly create seamless, family-centered connections between clinical care and community-based supports?
I got to give a shout out to Chanel Portia Albert, who's in the room at table 1. She's been one of our longtime partners for, many, many years since we started to give grants. But we met because we made a film and we sort of showcased her doula training model at Ancient Songs. I thought of her for a number of reasons. I knew she would be in the room. I know she spent a lot of time working in the state. And because she is one of those tireless voices and advocates and incredible leaders. But the one thing that I thought would be a good example of that outside of the clinical care that's really, I think, innovative and taking into account so many of the challenges and is such a wonderful solution, which is Just Birth Space. It was initiated during COVID. We had been working together to actually work on a doula pilot with Montefiore Hospital in New York City in the Bronx. And then when the pandemic hit, we pivoted, and this became such an essential platform. It's a virtual platform for free services. I think it's 24/7. It's expanded greatly since I first learned of it, and was so excited by the vision of both Chanel and Amabrel. It's perinatal support, it's lactation support, it's psychosocial support, it's navigation, which was so essential during the pandemic. So anyway, I just want to say it's something that I think is very replicable, and not enough of us know about it, but I think it's a great example of something that more states could implement. Thank you.
Okay, so I also want to give some light to that question. And March of Dimes has what's called our Mom and Baby Mobile Health Units. And they're all over the country. We have 2 in Arizona, we have 1 in Ohio, 1 in Texas, 1 in Washington, D.C., and the region that I really represent is New York, New Jersey. So I want to talk a little bit about our Mom and Baby unit that's in New York. We have a relationship, and I want to say a true, authentic partnership with New York Presbyterian, where we have that mobile unit going throughout the streets of Queens and Brooklyn. And it's not just about accessibility, because we know that, you can be a stone throw away from a hospital or a birthing center or any other kind of health facility, but it's how you're treated once you get there. And that honestly starts from the first person that you see that says, "Can I help you? What's your name? And what time is your appointment and what physician you're with?" Even something that simple, Wafia, can mean whether or not you're accepted. Because Dr. Wafia and I had this conversation not too long ago. Access is more than just going to the place, but how you're treated in a dignified manner once you get there to make you want to come back. So I love the relationship that we have with New York Presbyterian because their clinical staff, they're on the van, they're on this mobile unit, but they're out there. They're folks who live in the community, so it's more welcoming. The other thing I want to talk a little bit more about is when our medical and social realities that family need to navigate comes to play. And at March of Dimes, we have what we call our NICU to Home Family Support Program. Now, it sounds like a lot of gobbledygook. What does that really mean? Well, at Hackensack Medical Center, that's where one of our NICU family support centers are. We have a phenomenal family support coordinator who really, truly helps to navigate before families are discharged. And I'm not just saying give a referral, Ken. I'm talking about, because you can give a referral to me, and I'm going to go with it. I'm going to move with it like you wouldn't believe, Tonique, because I know who I am and what I'm going to do. But then you might have someone else who you might get that referral to, and they have so many other things on their agenda, it just falls by the wayside. So what Angeline does at Hackensack is that she follows up. She circles back, whatever word you want to do, to make sure that the family's connected to their medical staff, whether it's for lactation or whether they need to go back for their postnatal natal visit, or transportation to get back and forth to the pediatrician so they can get their children the vaccinations that they need. That's what it is. It's the follow-up. Because Angeline knows these folks. I know. My baby spent 3 months in the NICU. The people who were there caring for my child when I wasn't, those are the people who I trusted. So why not understand what they're saying to me and go ahead and move forward and get what I need? That's who I'm trusting. I'm just going to pass the mic.
Yeah, I'll just build off that. So it's the follow up and then the follow through. So again, when something didn't happen, then also doing what's needed to make sure we complete it. I think I would say, and thank you for mentioning the 80-20 gap of clinical and community. One of our members at the League, founders, Dr. Arthur James, who's a retired OBGYN pediatrician, has been talking about that for 35 years. Because before it became, published work, he talked about that and what's happening in the community. So I think some of the better partnerships that I have seen in my 3 decades plus have been few. And so I'm being very honest. There's much more to do there because I think the clinical and community partnerships need to be ramped up. Some hospitals I visit around the country with the Healthy Start programs, what's been nice to see this model of the community clinical teams where these physicians are being introduced to her entire support team, where they're seeing the male partner, they're seeing the mother and the doula and the midwives that are part of her lives. And I think because we talk, you can create the access for our doulas, but I've heard around the country, doulas still get treated like crap. And so while we made the access, the treatment is really sour. And so I think we have to do a lot more about the treatment, but we cannot really heal what's been concealed. The racism that goes on in these institutions is real. And even when our doulas are going in, family members are going in, it's their experience, it's the treatment that's really bad. And so some of the better models have been those that have been truly partnerships with the community where they're understanding more. Because if you know more, perhaps you'll do better. And the last thing I'll say, there's a model that we did at a community foundation I worked at for 20 years, where we actually took residents out into the community. They did home visits with our staff, and their compassion increased tremendously. And that, to me, for me, will always be one of the things I will always lift up. Get out of your tower, see what it's like in these neighborhoods that you don't know nothing about. And they changed. And physicians, years later, I see them, they're like, that changed my life. So I think that kind of thing works a lot.
Love that. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to ask one more question and then open it up for audience Q&A, so everybody get your hands up soon. If there should be one lesson or mindset that you believe is essential for driving meaningful change in maternal and infant health, what would you want our audience to remember?
Seems so simple, but it's a really hard question. I think because of the amount of knowledge and need and demand that exists, it's like picking the one thing is really hard. We know that systems need to change, right? Like the systems, they're the biggest problem, and yet they're almost impenetrable. And which is why all of these solutions have to be created and thought of outside of the systems. And so I guess on the one hand, right, we want integration of the solutions. We want everybody to be a part of creating a better system that really does respect and honor the various levels and cadres of work and training and value add that goes in, because it really does take more than a village. And I guess the policy piece, which is always the harder because it's so slow and painstaking, but we know it's a lever for change. And so continuing to, hit that drum at the same time. I don't think you can solve this in one way, which is why it's so beautiful to see a room like this with so many different kinds of stakeholders, because it really does require like that united vision of what we all want to see. We want to see a world where mothers and birthing people and their families are respected and safe and have equitable access, right? That's the goal. But it's hard. It's hard work. But I am optimistic. Thank you.
I would say this starts with listening to women and families, and then moving with urgency and equity. And when I say that for my own self and my own healing, because I remember 20 plus years ago here in New Jersey, when I did call my obstetrician with my first pregnancy and said, something's not right. And anybody who has known me and heard me tell my story before, when you talk about all the protective factors that you put in place, I had them checked off. I had already had a master's in public health from Temple University and health science background. And I worked for the largest health insurance company in the world. So I had the best health insurance. I lived in Edison, New Jersey, a stone throw away from my OBGYN office. I did not miss any prenatal care. I had a husband. I was not a single mother. But when I called that day in Piscataway, New Jersey, my sister and I, we were at the Pathmark on Stilton Road, and I remember saying, oh, I want to go to White Castles, and I'm hungry. And I remember chomping on some cashews at some point, and I started to feel like, something doesn't feel right. But this went on for a while. But I called my daughter because I was pregnant. I wasn't letting anything go to the left. And I remember getting, not the doctor I always seen, but the other person who was on call, and he kind of made a mockery out of it and said, well, you do have a human being growing inside of you. What do you expect? And I said, then I started to question myself. Well, what do I expect? I should be. And then he asked me, well, what did you eat today? I called back again. What were you doing today? I said, well, Saturday, so I started doing my chores, right? Karen Johnson, we do chores in the morning. And then I went to the shopping. And then I had White Castle. He said, wait a minute, you had White Castles? That's gassy. You have gas. And I was like, well, that's true. Maybe I do have gas. But then I went back. This went on for hours. I called back a third time. And I just didn't feel like I was getting the response I needed. I know my mother-in-law said, you need to go to the hospital. And I went to the hospital right in Brunswick. And within 2 hours, at 25 weeks gestation, I was having my baby. 1 pound, 8 ounces. So I know what it's like. I know what it's like when you're talking and no one's listening and you're not heard. And you weren't treated in an equitable way with urgency. That's one thing. I got to add another one. I see a lot of soldiers in this room. You mentioned I worked there for 2 decades, which I have. But there's some people in this room that's been in this working even before I got here, the Jill Wagnets. I don't know if Marie Kinsella is here, but Marie Kinsella, the Robin Dioras, I see Helen, I see Marie Carl. I see people who've been in this, who've had a seat, and Lisa Sari, at the table, 10, 20, Shakira Ali. You've been doing this work. But as March of Dimes starts to move forward with discussions about Centennial, the first thing that pops to my mind is this work. It's work. It's rewarding. I love my job, but it's not always easy. I run to the March of Dimes report card because they keep it a secret from us too, to see where what my grade is. Oh, what did we get in New Jersey? How are things working? And we need to see change. We still have hope, but we know what's inevitable. When I'm thinking about March of Dimes Centennial, I will not be here for another 100 years to see this work. So we have to replenish. I see some Rutgers universities out here. We have to make sure that we replenish our workforce, that it's diversified, and that people continue to fight this good fight. I wish I can say that we're not going to have this discussion in 100 years from now. I'm hopeful, but I just don't know. Because as Black women, we've been having this discussion for many, many years. Okay.
That last comment causes me to pause. So two quick things, and one, be under the umbrella of identity. So remember identity, and what I mean with that. The first point is there are architects and there are builders. Architects are those that need to help us redesign the system or design it right where it works for everyone. And then there are those that are going to carry that out, the action, the builders. Not all architects can be the builders, and not all builders are architects. And so just remember that difference as you're working with folks and building partnerships. The second thing that I'll hit, and both Shakira and Christy hinted on, this work is very hard. And so the one thing that I've learned that I want to leave you with is the urgency is fierce. Mamas and babies are dying, and for me, my mamas, my grandmamas, my sisters, my daughters are dying at higher rates all over the world, especially in this country. So the urgency is fierce, but this is what I'll leave you with. But find your place in this ecosystem, and you stay committed to what you've been called to do. Stay in your place. That's what I learned to do. And while it's fierce, you want to do everything. If you try to do everything, you won't last. I feel I've lasted because I know what my place is, and I'm here strong and mighty. And my last 30 years on the planet, oh, believe me, will be dynamite because I'm coming out. All right, so yeah, stay true to what you've been called to do.
Okay, so do we have another mic around here? If not, Christy, you and I can share, right? Yeah, okay. How about a runner? Okay, perfect. All right, we're going to start. Can you just introduce yourselves, please? And then...
I have one question here.
So if you can introduce yourself and your affiliation and then ask your question, that would be great.
Hello, my name is Imani Powell. I'm the founder of The Village Consulting. I'm a former chemist and scientist by education. My question, when we talk about partnership, filling the gap and things like that, I have a very long story, but I will not do that right now. I believe one of the gaps is that we're missing scientists in the conversation. So when you talk about community and then you talk about medicine, there's really no bridge without the science. Scientists are in the labs. We're running the blood, the urine, everything, and we see it. We know the ranges, we know the data, we know the quality. So how do you think on the medicine side and the community side that we can bridge the conversation to trust the scientists so we can further trust science, but also make sure that everybody is heard and that we're not adding more pieces to be messy, but more pieces to be more cohesive and bridge. Thank you.
I don't have a lot to say other than I recognize, I mean, it's a great addition to the room and the ecosystem as we imagine who all is in there. I think obviously the funding and lack thereof of research and science is problematic, obviously, but we've been talking a little bit also today about proximity and the importance and thinking about how important it is to have the scientists and the researchers be in the communities and in the field. And I don't know of any active program that does that actually. So that's a really interesting call out and something to think about.
Yeah, I'll agree, and I'll just simply say this from my experience, my lived experience. When I first started in MCH and public health, it was very white. And I come to national conferences, and you just did not see students of color that were the MPH students that came. And so I can tell you, after 35 years, what excites me today is your generation. And in this room, the intergenerational representative. So we've made room, I think. That's what I've done with my 35 years. I've made room, and I want you all to come in. But there are some organizations. I'm part of the National Partnership of Community Leadership. For example, we've gotten men of color, Black and Latino men together, scientists, researchers that are working together to be in the field to replace the bad actors. I know Dr. Ndidi and many others, Karen Scott, there are many people around the country that are pulling together some of those folks that have been left out. So the reason they're not around, remember, they didn't make room for us in the first place, but I think room has been made now, and work like this is representative of the opportunities. And so my answer is just simply, we need you all to come forth, because we know you're there and we've made room for you.
And I just want to add very shortly to this question that I want to say at March of Dimes, I think I see you and we hear you, because we have research centers all over the United States, one outside the United States, which is in London. But what's great about this is that we do partner in the community with our scientists. We make sure that we have listening sessions from people in the community, and then we amplify what's being said and integrate it in what's being done. So we do combine and thread and braid that together, what's being done on the research and clinical side to what's being done here in the community.
I have to just add one thing here, and that is a little bit harking back to my comments earlier. Protect that space, protect the data. Here in New Jersey, we're good for now. I think we will be good, but I would just say I think we all respect our scientists and our researchers, and not only, as Christy points out, is the funding challenged at the moment, but there's a lot of wind in our faces, I guess is the nicest way to say this. So I know you know what I'm saying, but please protect it, because I think we all believe in the data, and I think we all believe in the research, and it must exist so that we have the platform and be able to show the improvements that we're making and why that's so important.
So good afternoon. I'm Nation Hornsby, Deputy Commissioner, New Jersey Department of Health, and I love this panel. I love the earlier one. I've loved all of the Nurture NJ leadership summits, the gatherings. But this question, First Lady, is, and for the panelists, is about an area that I think we still are overlooking. We've made great gains in a lot of areas of care for pregnant women and their families, but oral health, big problem. More than 70% of pregnant women in the Medicaid program over a full year had not received a single visit with their dentist. And we're forgetting that the mouth is the gateway to overall health. And if there's infection in the mouth, it's spreading not only through that mother's body, but to the baby. And so my question is, what are we thinking about in making sure that that message gets through? Because we're focused a lot on the medical health of the woman. We've started to talk about the mental health and substance use care, but we are almost never talking about oral health. And so that's a gaping hole. I look at the data, and I've been trying to push the message out. And so what are thoughts that you all have on how we can get there? And in particular, Ken, perhaps this is where our men could help out. Make sure that our significant other gets to the dentist. And the final thing that I'll add to this is that I've been doing listening sessions around the state, and one of the things that I'm hearing is that even when a woman is advised by her OBGYN to get dental care, the dentist doesn't want to serve them because they think it's high risk. So, big issue.
Well, I'll quickly say, knowing that there are 115 Healthy Start programs on the country and other maternal child health programs around, many of them have screening as a first when women and moms are engaged. And so many of those screening assessments I've seen over the years includes questions around oral health. So I think that's important to put out there in case people did not know. So I think it begins with screening. And then many of those programs also focus on education because many folks don't understand the risks when it comes to oral health. And so I think there's two opportunities there. One is to ensure that we're screening and then educating. And I agree with you absolutely. Partners play a big role in every step of the way. And so not only with oral health, but we know with prenatal visit, birth outcomes when men are involved. And then, of course, breastfeeding. We mentioned earlier today, fourth trimester. So men definitely play a good role and responsibility along that way to help.
Hi, Nation. Thanks for that question. Listen, I have to agree with you. I remember I was pregnant with my son, Tammy, whose birthday is today. And I'm telling you, and I remember, taking my other children to the dentist. And my dentist, when I wanted to make the appointment, he was like, oh, no, not you. Not you. Not me. But I have to tell you, Marsha Dimes did collaborate with, and I'm going to say this, charge it to my mind and not my heart, one of the C toothpastes. I don't know if it's the other C or the other C, but one of the C's. And we have health information forms and that we could clearly disseminate here throughout New Jersey, which I have not done, that I want to make sure that's on my radar for when I'm going out in the community to bring that health information form about the correlation between oral health and maternal care. So thank you for bringing that to attention and reminding me, Nation.
I was only going to add just that I've read a lot of the articles lately that are kind of making that connection between dementia and Alzheimer's and oral health. And I wonder if just because of that being such a bigger conversation right now, it might be a way to kind of open up the door of that conversation. I mean, when we talk about public health and preventative health, we know we're not great at that in this country, but we have to go like way upstream in order to recognize like what we might need to be concerned about down the line. And if that's one way that we can disrupt something that is likely going to impact most of us in this room at some time or another, that might be an opening for the conversation, again, talking more around the continuity of healthcare.
Are you? Can I? Oh, she's gonna go. You're next.
This is a wonderful presentation. You all are the meat on the bones. My name is Taretha Jones. I'm retired, but I'm the former nurse consultant on the Department of Health's Healthy Start. And I'm also the nurse consultant and grant program person for the Black Infant Mortality programs that we started back in 1999 that were not funded, continued after the Christie administration. But I want to say every agency in here should duplicate the Healthy Start model. That's period, because it covers preconception, the perinatal period, and postpartum period. And we also continue to see the family until the child was up to age 2. And everybody's doing wonderful programming around here, but it's still siloed and fragmented. We have to understand the source of our health disparities, including maternal mortality, racism, and stress. Racism and stress. Everybody talks around it. Nobody really saying it. You got to call it what it is. New Jersey is one of the most segregated racist states in the country. I'm originally from Mississippi. I can tell you about some stuff. I grew up here. We have the most segregated school systems. So we have to address that. And when we talk about the science, this young lady here talked about the science, we have to look at how the stress and the effects of racism and stress affect the body when we talk about maternal issues, because it also affects men with hypertension, heart disease, other things. Cortisol goes up, wears that body out. I would recommend that everybody here read about weathering. Arlene Geronimus is the scientist. We are the models of her data and studies and reports. We are it. Our faces are it. When you're overstressed continuously, no matter your income, where you live, how much knowledge you have, your food, all the social determinants of health, that stress from the racism effects will kill you. So we need to understand that. You all are the model of what everybody here should be doing. And all of you think you just started something? I love my Tammy. We were doing this back in 1990s, 2000s. And if you can go online and find the Blue Ribbon Panel report on Black infant mortality, it was a panel that was put together by the Department of Health. We got funded, and that's where the grant monies came through. The numbers that you hear now, they're bad, but they were twice as bad when we started the programs. So you all are just the new babies here. Some of us have been around a minute, a little tired and worn out, but we still keep going. So I just want to commend you that. And one other component here that I have not heard. When we talk about stress, racism, the effect that helps to reduce that are social supports. Social supports. Doulas are wonderful. Those are social supports. That helps improve the outcomes. If it's grandmama, mama and them, your friends down the street, there's still social supports, people that can help advocate. And the other piece that nobody's talking about here, provider education. The medical staff needs to be made aware of the disparities. They need to be aware of their implicit biases and racism. And they need to get culturally confident and aware, because until they do, we're still going to have to fight. And everybody in here needs to stand up and do good trouble. They're going to be mad, but they're going to get over it. That's it.
Hi. Hi, my name is Kim. I'm a senior program manager for family health. And it's actually a little bit related to what was just said. I'm a big fan of saying the quiet part out loud. A lot of people talk around things instead of talking directly about them. Ken, you touched a bit on saying, you know, innovation isn't always this thing that needs to be super complicated. It can be scaling back to the simple things we're missing out on doing. And you said, in the NICU, I was invisible. Simple, ingestible, impactful. Anybody can understand what that meant. I'm glad that Christy mentioned Ancient Song, because Chanel doesn't know me, but she changed the whole trajectory of my postpartum experience, because I read her saying, postpartum is forever. And that set me up to know it was okay that I have never felt like myself again since I had my first baby. It has been constant and changing, simple, ingestible, a message that impacted the last 6 years of my life. So I'm wondering for all of you, in a way that recognizes that health communication needs to be something that can change socially, but also can be like received by everybody. You saying I was invisible in the NICU, anybody can understand what that means. My daughter can understand what that means, but sometimes we make it so complicated that everyone's not getting the impact of that message. Postpartum is forever set me up for what's important in family health work is supporting them through the rest of being a family, that entire life cycle. So for each of you, do you have just a really simple, impactful statement that either changed the trajectory of the work you were already doing or has set you up for deciding what the path was that you were on? Just one simple sentence that we could all take back and say, I was at a panel and a father said I felt in the NICU, I was invisible. Not even I felt invisible, I was invisible. What programs can we start to change that? So I'm just curious if you have like simple, impactful things like that that you've heard or you've thought that can kind of push us all in how we approach our work.
Perfect. Okay, Ken, really simple.
Really simple. You matter in this space.
Perfect.
Go ahead. Sorry, I know we were going to try to share. I think that just recognition that no one should die from a pregnancy or childbirth-related complication. Like, no one should die. They're almost all preventable. Like, we can agree on that. No woman should die.
And I would say we all deserve to have joy during our pregnancy, and our children deserve to live.
I've already spoken too much, so I will just be quiet right now. We've got one last question, I think, right here. You've been so patient. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meg. I'm both an ER nurse and a midwife at Rutgers. When I think of community care, I think of the emergency department, mostly from my experience there, but also because so many people even use emergency departments as their primary care setting. And in our hospitals, many pregnant individuals are required to stay in the ED until 16 to 20 weeks. Because of this, I've seen precipitous deliveries where everyone's running around in chaos, not equipped to take care of fetal demise. I've seen postpartum hemorrhages, where I'm very passionate about this, where the nurse is not equipped to do a fundal check. There's blood on the chucks. And the ER doctor says they don't do pregnancies. I've seen pelvic exams on upside-down bedpans, on stretchers. It makes me wonder what policy changes can be put into place that can require emergency departments to provide better care, whether it's having a dedicated maternal health room as we have a trauma room, or an ENT room or an eye injury room. Why does the pregnant person need to be on a stretcher that is right next to someone who's dealing with substance abuse and for whatever other reason on the other side? So I guess I was wondering, what are more, as I'm starting this journey as a midwife and as I'm talking to educators in my own department, do you have any ideas on ways that we can put in requirements such as like triage screenings that I know have been starting to be put into place? Is there a way to require a room dedicated in every ER in New Jersey for maternal health reasons? Is there a way to have a midwife on staff to be used as a consultant or on call? Which I was doing research and saw that there was one example of this in London, but I didn't see any around here. And how cool that could be if there's a 911 call for a precipitous delivery and the EMS staff doesn't know what to do, they can call the midwife or other person of expertise that can help them. Just so that we can do this to maybe one day move ERs to providing more trauma-informed, competent care for pregnant, postpartum individuals or people just going in for maternal health reasons that are free from racial injustice and bias, and that all the staff in the ER are prepared for this.
Listen, everything you said, I think is pretty daunting and unbelievable and deserves attention. I wasn't sure personally if that was a rhetorical question and if that's something that you're raising awareness, because I'm not sure anyone is going to have an explicit answer on that, but I do appreciate that, and it's going to go right into part of our thinking as we move forward. And I know that Lisa at MIA is going to take this, as well as all of our partners on the ground, and try and come up with a solution, because that's what we do. We come up with a yes where there's a no. So we will find ways forward, and I'm glad that you elevated that point. I want to thank our incredible panelists here. They each are luminaries in their space, and I think we could have sat here for several hours and had a longer discussion, but given that we don't have the luxury of that time, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Keep up the great work, and we are going to have now a quick 15-minute break. If they're still allowing 15 minutes, I can say 15 minutes. So 15 minutes, and then please come back to your table. We've got another session. We've got Lisa Asari, and then we're going to be wrapping up. So please come back.
Please don't give me up, 'cause I would really
I knew that I needed help because I had tried on my own and I wasn't able to. When I first enrolled in the program, I was not pregnant. I had a young child. I was unsuccessful in completing the program. A few years later, I ended up pregnant. I came back, I had my mind made up that I wanted to change. I was ready, I needed to change.
I found out actually when I was locked up in Camden County Jail and I was 3 months pregnant. I have 3 other children and I wasn't in addiction then. My experience with other programs, there's no other one like this one. Because of how long it took me to get clean and finding the right program, like that all matters.
No support. I was pregnant and I didn't know what my next move was going to be. I didn't know how to be a woman of honor, dignity, and grace, and I didn't know how to be a mom. So it put me in a situation where I needed to learn, like, yes, I do my part, but I also can lean in and ask for help.
It's a beautiful thing when you actually succeed.
There is real help out there. You're not alone.
I didn't get sober for my daughter. I got sober for me. And she was a bonus. You know, a lot of parents say that they would die for their child. I would live for my child.
I am.
I was screened at birth for illness and disease.
I received the polio vaccine.
My preterm baby was able to breathe on her own.
I had paid family leave after I gave birth.
I am March of Dimes.
You may not know it, but every single one of us has been supported by March of Dimes.
Even if you are healthy today.
You are March of Dimes.
Today, we're facing a serious challenge.
This nation is one of the most dangerous for childbirth.
Why?
Health inequity. March of Dimes is working to make this world one where every mom and baby is healthy.
Where every family has equal access to care.
Where every baby born too soon has the chance to survive.
Where every mom, pregnant and postpartum, is heard.
No matter your background, your gender, race, or where you live.
With your help, your time.
With your voice.
We can.
We can. We can make change happen.
We are March of Dimes.
And so are you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please check if you have your phone. We have a phone over by the AV booth. Check if you're missing your phone. If so, come see us at the AV booth.
Slow dancing with a bleached blonde tramp, and she's probably getting thirsty. Right now, he's probably buying her some fruity little drink, cause she can't shoot whiskey. Right now, he's probably up behind her with a blue stick, showing her how to shoot a combo. And he don't know. I dug my key into the side of this pretty little souped up four-wheel drive. Called my name into his leather seats. I took a Louisville slugger to both headlights and lashed out some other chick. Yeah, yeah, that hurt me, I'll admit. Forget that, but I'm over it. I hope she getting better sex. Hope she ain't picking it like I did, babe. Took so long, you said call it quits. Forget that, but I'm over it. Guess I should say thank you for the hate yous and the tattoos. Oh, baby, I'm cool, by the way. Ain't sure I loved you anyway. Go ahead, babe, I'ma live my life. My life, yeah. Shout out to my ex, you're really quite the man. You made my heart break and that made me who I am. Here's to my ex, hey, look at me now. I'm on the way up, I swear you'll never bring me down. Shout out to my ex, you're really quite the man. You made my heart break and that made me who I am. Here's to my ex, hey, look at me now. I'm on the way up, I swear you'll never bring me down. Oh, I deleted all your pics, then got your number from my phone. Yeah, yeah, you took all you could get, but you ain't getting this line no more. 'Cause now I'm never so legit, even though you broke my heart in two, baby. But I snap right back, I'm so brand new, baby. Boy, leave my lips, I'm over you, over you. Yes, I should say thank you for the hate yous and the tattoos, oh, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the break. At this time, please make your way back to your tables. Our program will continue momentarily.
Shout out to my ex, you're really quite the man. You made my heart break and that made me who I am. Here's to my ex, hey, look at me now. I'm all the way up, I swear you'll never bring me down. Shout out to my ex, you're really quite the man. You made my heart break and that made me who I am. Here's to my ex, hey, look at me now. I'm all the way up, I swear you'll never bring me down. You'll never bring me down. Shout out to my ex, you're really quite the man. You made my heart break and that made me who I am. Here's to my ex, hey, look at me now. Well, I'm all the way up, I swear you'll never bring me down. Shout out to my ex, you're really quite the man. You made my heart break and that made me who I am. Here's to my ex, hey, look at me now. I'm all the way up, I swear you'll never bring me down. Shout out to my ex.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the break. Please make your way back to your seats. Our program is about to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome First Lady Tammy Murphy back to the stage.
Okay. Shall I try it again? Shh. I'm going to have everybody together. Ready? 1, 2, 3. No. Okay. So welcome back. We have decided to shift the next breakout session slightly, and instead of having individual breakout sessions at every table, Barbara is actually going to come to the stage, and she is going to moderate a 30-minute conversation amongst the entire room. So God bless Barbara. And then after that, we will have Lisa come and share all of the great things that are coming up with Mia. And then I will close us out, and it'll be a wrap. So for now, Barbara George Johnson, it's all yours.
All right. So we're back from another exciting conversation. I see some folk have left, but you all are the diehards. You're here, so thank you for being here in the room still. And I'm going to moderate, but this is going to be a team effort. So I need everybody in this room to be ready to chat and talk about the experience that they've had today. This has been pretty exciting. So let me do a little bit of reflection on the group that was on stage just a second ago. I'm going to talk about Christy and her shared comments about building legacy partnerships, breaking down silos, and removing that ideal of territorialism. And I can say that I've been doing work in the field of public health for some time, and when we come together in this room, I can honestly say that I see silos broken down and territories sort of being resisted, right, or shared, because a lot of us know each other now and are doing some real collaborative work. So I'm really thankful and proud of the folk who are in this room who come to this summit annually. We want to continue to do that. We also want to talk about trust, which allows partnerships to happen, right? So even as we talk about trust and community, this is the community. This is the community that also needs to be trusted. We need to trust each other to understand that we can have real partnerships. We can understand that we have lanes. Each of us have a lane, right? And how can we stay in that lane, work together, cross lanes, and cross-fertilize? And so it's important to know that trust has to happen in the partnerships as well. And then let me say a little bit about Shakira. Is Shakira still in the room? So Shakira, hey, Shakira, that's my sister. So I'm a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, D9, for the AKAs that are in the room. And I know that we have Deltas in the room, but let me tell you that when my team started to do the work in this field in Trenton, Zeta stepped up. So I'm so thankful to my Zeta sisters that came in and worked with us to ensure that the voices of black women, particularly in the sorority area, for those of you who don't know, black sororities are really about social justice and change. And so we come together regularly in this space to do this work, and the Zeta showed up. So I want to say thank you very much to that group who came out in Trenton to do that work. But from Shakira, we got to understand that there's tailoring and adaptability, that we have to think about programs that happen across the country and maybe even in other regions of this state, because we do know that New Jersey is regional, right? South Jersey, North Jersey, Central Jersey. Is there a Central Jersey? So we do, you know, for those of us, we think North Jersey is anything from New Brunswick and up, right? We don't know, and South Jersey is central and down, but I love you, Trenton. So yes, there is some Central Jersey. And so we have to think about regionalization as well as how we look at programs that we tailor and adapt, because we can tailor programs that are successful. Let's not reinvent the wheel. I heard from a number of individuals in this room. I was so excited to hear from the young lady who was a midwife. And sharing that information with us, because if we're not in the hospital setting, we don't know, right? I tell people all the time, I'm a black woman when I walk into the room, but I haven't had every black woman's experience, right? So we don't know what we don't know. So when you're in this room, you hear those stories, and that says to me, okay, what kind of public policy do we need, and how do we then connect with our legislature and the governor to ensure that that changes, right? So that's the conversation that's happening here. That's what we mean when we talk about tailoring and adaptability, right? To ensure that the good things, the good thoughts the knowledge sharing is happening, and then when we say adaptability and scaling, that we think about the cultural sensitivity, the region that we're in, the state that we come from, because we're Jersey strong. Where's the First Lady, according to the governor, right? So we really have to think about those dynamics when we're thinking about scalability. But there's some great work out here in other states, in this state, in cities that border each other. Let's try to make sure we're scaling up and replicating good work. So Ken, I think, oh, Ken, there you go, Ken. So Ken mentioned that he wanted to thank the wombs in the room. I don't know if everybody heard that. Okay? I'm so grateful for that. So thank you for wanting to thank the wombs in the room. And we are clear that fathers, sons, uncles, nephews, all have to be a part of the conversation. And so when we started this work in Trenton, we ensured we didn't wait until after we brought the women in. We went out and made sure the men were a part of the conversation from the very beginning. So I'm proud that you said that from conception, I would say preconception, right, that men have to be a part of the conversation. So I thank all the men in the room that are here with us, working every day to ensure that we have better birthing outcomes in New Jersey. And the other thing I want to raise from Ken is a couple of things. One is that the Healthy Start program, thank you, my sister, who has been in the struggle for many, many decades, that Healthy Start, this work is not new. And because you stayed in it and you moved through the process, right, you were able to then make sure the sustainability and continuity happens in certain spaces. So having people, don't get rid of us dinosaurs, right? There's a place for everybody. So the fact that you've been doing this for some time, that continuity is important. So when you think that you've got a new ideal, they say no ideal is new under the sun, but we can change it according to what's happening in this time, right? So you need to understand the history so that you not waste time and you make good change moving forward along with good trouble, right? So that is the process. And then Legal Voices, thank you for Legal Voices, Ken, because what you're doing in Legal Voices is making sure that you have freedom to say the things you want to say. You're unbound, right? And in that unboundedness, I'm making up words, in that unboundedness, right, you're able to do the things that we really need to see others do. Sometimes when you work for government or a nonprofit in other spaces, you can't say the things that you need to say. So thank you very much for that. So that was the warm-up. So y'all could think about what you're going to say, okay, because I'm not doing this by myself. So that was the warm-up. So now I just want to hear, because, again, we didn't go through the table conversations, but I know that you had thoughts based on what you heard on stage. So let's talk a little bit about innovation. I want to thank Imani Powell for mentioning that she's a black scientist who we need to make sure is in the space. I hope that when we talk about an innovation center at MIA, that part of that innovation is ensuring that black scientists, particularly young scientists, are in the space when we talk about innovation. So let's talk a little bit about innovation. This particular session, let me go back to my sheet, is about creating creative partnerships and innovation to strengthen families. So what does innovation look like to some of you who have been doing this work and some of you who are new to the work? What are we thinking about in terms of innovation and partnerships? And I am just going to go around. I'm going to go to table 21. And I could pick people's colors that they're wearing. So the woman in the plaid jacket who seems very excited about speaking right there. I'm going to ask you to talk about innovation and partnership for us. We need a mic. We have mics? Okay.
Thank you. I think innovation means thinking outside the box. And in order to do that, you have to hear all voices. So when I think of innovation as having a dialogue with diverse groups of individuals in different areas, even from our business partners, from those who are in AI, from those who are looking from a social science perspective, when we get in the room, it's powerful. And I think we just saw it here from the panels. I think that's the start of innovation.
Thank you. So let's talk about thinking outside the box. We heard a couple of things earlier from the last session that had to do with systems change. How do we make sure that when people have bad experiences in the hospital, et cetera, we're able to then learn about that and make changes, right? What kind of out-of-the-box thinking when it comes to partnerships and breaking down silos and then using that breakdown for innovation? What kind of out-of-box thinking have some of us experienced around the table? Or maybe you don't think it's out of the box, but you know it works. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Just speaking about innovation and technology, and there was a comment earlier about hospital surveys and how to make them easier for people to do. And I know we talked about insurance payments being connected. I don't actually know if that will motivate people, to be honest, because I think people do long fights with insurance companies about payments, but when my father was in the hospital recently, on like the TV in the room, every day there was actually like a questionnaire on it, and you could just click the buttons while you're in there, like, how was your care today from your physician, from your nurse, any comments, and we could just type that in. And so I actually answered it every day. But when I get 3 weeks later, like after I had my babies, you know, some long paper survey comes to me while I'm on maternity leave, not sleeping, I didn't answer those. But day to day, sure, I'll do that real quick. Like every day they asked me a question, and then we could put what was good and if there was anything bad. And that was in New Jersey.
I want to thank you for that, because I know that I get texts I hate giving my number when I'm in the hospital, because it's like 50 texts for the next year. And that does not work. For those who came up with that idea, that does not work. People don't want to get texts. So literally, we want to think about how we get that information probably in real time, and then give folks an opportunity maybe to connect in a way that somehow makes sense if they have some other things that they need to do after. That sounds like a work group to kind of figure out how we deal with that. Let me ask a question that was on the leading questions on your table. It says, what barriers make it difficult to collaborate across sectors? What is data systems, funding structures, et cetera? What barriers? Because, you know, we talk about collaboration all the time, but it does become difficult when you feel like you're competing for dollars, right? Or you have different systems. Now that there's so many, so many data systems that have to be protected. So you have all of these passwords that you have to remember to even get into the system for dual, whatever they call it, right? But what can we do to break down some of those barriers among us? When we leave here today, what are some of the things that you're thinking about that you can do to collaborate more with the folks in the room? First of all, let me ask, how many people collaborated with at least one new person after last summit? So we need those hands to be more. I need to see everyone at every table thinking about that, right? So what are some of the things that prevented you, let's say, from collaborating with someone, for those who did not raise their hand? And I am going to look over here. What is the table next to table 9? Yep, you guys. Okay, what barriers do you think there are, or what reason might you have to not have found at least one person to collaborate with in leaving a summit like this? Not putting, no judgment, just, important things that we need to know. Is what can we do better as MIA, for instance, to ensure that more collaboration happens?
Hi, sorry. I think defining the word collaboration is important. So at the last summit, I definitely made connections, but there may not have been opportunity to actually work on something together. So those connections might be coming, but they haven't happened yet.
I appreciate that. That was real honest, and I appreciate it. So I'm going to push folks to say, when you made the connection, what can Mia do, or what can you all do to go from connection to collaboration? What stops that? This is an important, I'm going to stay on this for a second. I got time. I can stay on this for half an hour. I'm going to stay on this for a second because we all talk about it all the time, right? So there must be something either stopping us from doing it, or, it could be just get busy when you get back to the office. Table 30. Tell me a little bit about collaboration, any obstacles or ways that you have been successful in doing so.
Hi, I'm Trina Gibson-Jones from Stockton University. I would say from an academic standpoint, it would be encouragement to do so, time and space also to do that. And when I say time, making sure that your course load will allow for that so that you can do that more meaningfully, that would be helpful.
I can appreciate that coming from a university. So I'm going to say, because I push folks in my university all the time to say that, you know, research, scientific research is great, and theoretical research is wonderful, and when you're working your dissertation and coming up with hypotheticals, that's wonderful, but community engaged participatory research is critical. It's just not wonderful, it's critical. And so it has to become a part of what we're talking about today, right? Because we started with community engagement, and now we're looking at partnerships. So let me ask another question that is on the sheet. What promising models have you seen that connect clinical care with community support? What makes those models effective, and what would it take to sustain or expand? I'm going to turn to my wonderful friend Shakira, who is, I know you're looking, but I know you do community support and that kind of work all the time, because you're with the Department of Health and Trends. So tell me a little bit about what your experience.
I think one of the things that supported collaboration was when I attempted to bring everybody from all the corners of the community into the room together to think about the problem together. And one model that I think really works, which I hope we'll use, is we'll use kind of like the open space model, where people come together in the room, there's a little bit of discussion about what issue we're going to cover, and then individuals in the room raise their hand and say, I'm working on this. And so whoever wants to work on this, come over in this corner. And we just do that until we get enough projects that something may germinate and bubble up out of that.
So you talk about focusing on social work. Has there been any sort of cross-disciplinary engagements? So you're saying social work and clinicians, providers, first-line clinicians. I heard that nurses are not professionals anymore, but they'll always be professional in our space. So, how do we do that so that when we say the clinical experience, we know there's social determinants? So you can talk a little bit about that?
So for example, we're talking about this. Is this on? So when we were talking about, for example, ACEs, right, adverse childhood experiences, we brought together the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, the social workers, the parent coordinators, students. We need students in the room to talk about that. And so those kinds of groups come together and they look at one issue from various perspectives. And I think that that's very helpful when we can do it that way.
So
not just helpful, but critical. I mean, that's where the real answers come up.
So when we talk about replicable models, and looking at what works, we have done that kind of cross-disciplinary work for some time. And I think, again, let's not reinvent the wheel because those things work. So my charge is find someone who is engaging in that cross-disciplinary collaborative space like that so that you can be in the room. And that, therefore, it doesn't take a whole lot of, activity or energy. You can come out of this space and do something like that, be a part of a meeting like that. Let me talk about corporate responsibility, university responsibility, and then governmental space. Let's talk about the partnerships that we need in that space. What can corporations, who we know a lot of money is going to because they just got tax breaks for those who are CEOs of corporations, right? So as we struggle to figure out where the resources are going to come from, how can we partner with corporations to help them to understand the maternal child health space better than they do today? Anyone with some experience in that space? I'm looking, I can't see folk. Who's raising their hand?
Hello,
Okay.
hello, can you hear me?
Okay, great.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Christina Ivory. I'm coming from the Quality Institute. I want to weigh in on the last question about clinical institutions. You mentioned about best practices. One that we've done with partnerships from the Capitol Health and as well as Penn Medicine Princeton is the Penn is a Perinatal Community Advisory Board. We call it PCAB for short. Those are community members, parents, different coalition members coming from all walks of life, trying to make a meaningful change from the hospital system. So they link together with the community, with the hospital system to make a long-term change in maternal health. So that's one thing that we've seen as a pilot of success, and we're trying to scale that through the state of New Jersey. So that's going really well with the trends that we've been seeing. And also, some folks mentioned about data collection and making it accountable at the hospital level. Those hospitals, and I think some others in the room, have been implementing Team Birth, which is a model that's been used throughout the state in terms of bridging the gaps around communication. So we're seeing that we're sharing surveys back out to hear about patient experiences and also about their levels of autonomy and how that's been measured. So that's a way to capture that data before they even leave and get into that postpartum at home. And we're seeing a lot of great experiences around parents that are sharing they have better communication when the nurses, doctors, midwives, doulas are grouped together at one time to hear about care and to discuss shared decision making all at one time. So I want to bridge back two of those pieces that we talked about earlier.
And so Team Birth, you said, is the data collection space tool. Say it again.
Yes. So it used MADAM scores. MADAM is a My Autonomy Decision Making Score. It's a validated tool that's used throughout the nation and also internationally. So with that data, it has 7 items that looks at women autonomy scores, and we use that to measure data to make sure that patients are having good experiences around their care and also share decision making and to see how they perceive that.
So that is a perfect example, right, of all of the wonderful knowledges in the room. Even though we are not around our tables with the Mentimeter, please include your thoughts still. Please type that into the Mentimeter because we're collecting and we're looking at that information after. Yes, someone on this side of the room?
Thank you. So my name is Miriam Mondestan Sorrentino. I'm a maternal-fetal medicine doctor in private practice. And I'm surprised how often I meet individuals that do not know what a maternal-fetal medicine doctor is. So to summarize, this is a doctor that after 4 years of medical school, does 4 years of OBGYN training, then another 3 years learning how to take care of high-risk pregnant patients. Personally, I did my training at St. Peter's. It was an amazing training, and that's probably the best place for me to learn how to manage high-risk patients when St. Peter's at the time was doing in the upward of 40 to 50 deliveries per day. St. Peter's was the mecca in the state. Back then, most pregnant patients were seen by OBGYN, and those OBGYNs, they knew enough to refer almost every patient to a maternal-fetal medicine doctor. And back then, the maternal-fetal medicine doctor would triage patients because we knew this patient is super high risk, less high risk, no risk. But this doesn't happen anymore. Patients have gotten sicker, but many patients are not even being seen by a board-certified OBGYN and hardly are even being seen by an MFM. Ultimately, the reason why women die is from heart disease, complication from high blood pressure, from postpartum hemorrhage. So yes, I value all the work. It takes everybody from the team. I value all the work that's happening in the community. Ultimately, when we have a sick pregnant patient, we want to make sure that we have the right specialist with the right tool to take care of that pregnant patient. And I'm hoping that when we're having this discussion, MFMs are part of that discussion because we also have a role to play.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you standing up and sharing that. Please make sure, again, that we have the information because part of this work is ensuring that we have the right workforce. And that workforce has to be extremely diverse, not just in terms of how people show up with their ethnicity or cultural diversity, but also with their specialties and their expertise. So thank you very much for standing up and saying that. Anybody else before we close out this section? Okay. So hearing none, again, I'm going to ask you to get on your Mentimeters and put all the information that you need in there. I just want to close out by once again thanking First Lady Tammy Murphy, first of all, for the opportunity for me to do this moderation here. But more importantly, thank you for the 8 years of commitment and for raising this issue in New Jersey. I remember the first meeting at Drumthwacket. So we started with the small meeting in there under the tent, and now look at where we are, right? So I am truly appreciative of that and all the people who you brought under that big tent that were diverse. You heard us say Black maternal health. You heard us talk about racism. We did, and we raised up the issues and all the studies that had been done and all the things that we thought could work, and we are reflecting that now as we move forward. So I know that we all appreciate the work, we appreciate the commitment, and I know that you will still have a voice in this, so I just want to thank you for that. I also want to talk a little bit about the work that has been done in terms of extended postpartum period, the home care visits. You know, there's a lot of things that have been done because of the conversations that we've had. But more importantly, or just as important for me, is Mia. And I'm so thrilled that we have Maternal Infant Health Innovation Authority. I think the first one in the country. And that we are going to be building a Maternal Infant Health Innovation Center. And we had the groundbreaking already. And we had people from community come in and talk to us about what that building should look like, the kind of design, external and internal. Thank you, Lisa Asari, for being an amazing president of MIA. And I'm just so thrilled for the other board members who are in the room that we come together, we're committed, and we're going to get this thing done, and it's going to be sustained. And Tammy, you will be extremely proud. So I just want to say thank everyone, thank you again, and I turn it back over to you.
Okay, my second to last cameo up here. I thought that actually Barbara was passing it right off to Lisa. So everybody, I think the woman who literally needs no introduction in this room or this space, the future leader of MIA and current and future, and this entire gathering. So let's give a round of applause to Lisa Asari.
Good afternoon. What a powerful day this has been. Do you feel the energy, or is it just me? I know I feel hot from time to time, so it could just be me, but I think there's real energy in this room. It's been a powerful day, and I stand before you because a year ago, I stood right here and I asked you to imagine a world where mothers and babies were empowered to thrive, where every family had a chance to reach their full potential. But today, I'm proud to stand here again and to say this. Some of what we imagined is no longer just a vision. It's beginning to take shape. It truly is becoming a reality. Before anything else, I want to extend my deep gratitude to every person in this room. Our panelists, community members, clinical leaders, policymakers, MIA board members, Madam Chair and board, MIA staff, and of course, our very own First Lady Tammy Murphy. Thank you for your leadership, your courage, and your unwavering commitment to this work. First Lady Tammy Murphy. Thank you for bringing maternal and infant health to the forefront and for creating a space for important conversations about this issue at the highest levels of state government. We saw the governor here this morning, and we saw the governor-elect. I've been in this space for almost 30 years, and I have never seen this level of attention and this level of awareness, so thank you. Nurture New Jersey has laid a critical foundation. It has created the container in a beautiful garden for the future of what New Jersey's maternal and infant health landscape will look like. Mia is ready for the challenge to continue this important work, and I speak on behalf of my team to say it is an incredible honor for my team and I to be entrusted with the legacy of what has been built over the last 8 years. This work is not done, and it will not be done until every mother in New Jersey can access the high-quality prenatal and postnatal care they deserve. I look forward to collaborating with our partners, our community leaders, the mothers and babies of New Jersey, and all of you here in this room. First Lady, thank you again for leading with love, and on behalf of me and the MIA team, we extend our deepest gratitude to you. MIA team, wherever you are, it's time for you to come up and give the First Lady her gift. It's ethics approved, so don't. But for the past 8 years, if you can all join me in just giving her a round of applause. For the past 8 years, the Nurture New Jersey campaign has elevated maternal health to the forefront of public awareness, right where it belongs. Through bold legislation, policy change, and community engagement, we have achieved something no other state has done before. We have united partners across every sector to build a movement that is poised to transform maternal and infant health outcomes. The way I describe it to people is we have this container, we've done everything. If anybody can do this in this country, we can. And if we can't, no one can. Today's dialogue was powerful because it centered real voices and real stories. At the same time, we heard a collective call to action, one we simply cannot ignore. So there is urgency in the moment. But this keynote that I'm giving now is not the end. It actually is an invitation to carry today's insights into our work as we move forward together. Before I go any further, I want to take a moment to honor someone whose spirit is deeply woven into this work. We lost Cecile at the end of October. She was a passionate advocate, a visionary leader, a beloved member of the maternal health community, and most importantly, Nubia's mom. We bonded, Cecile and I, on being mothers to teenage daughters. But there was one thing we didn't agree on. She liked camping. I do not. She believed in radical rest, in listening deeply, glamping, and in treating every person with dignity and compassion. Her work leading the New Jersey Birth Equity Funders Alliance was centered on wellness, equity, and community care. She reminded us that innovation is not just about programs. It's about people, about how we show up, how we listen, and how we build together. At this time, I ask that you join me in a moment of silence. Her legacy lives on in every doula we train, every family we support, and every system we strive to transform. Thank you, Cecile, for your service to our community. Now let's talk about NJ Mia. We are in a period of transition, assessment, and strategic planning. And what we've heard today will shape that process. Mia is committed to maintaining the momentum of Nurture New Jersey, where community voice and accountability are not just values, they are the foundation of our work. Since we met last year, I'm proud to share with you a few milestones related to our infrastructure. As Barbara described, we celebrated the groundbreaking of our Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center, a first-of-its-kind facility located in the city of Trenton. This center is shaped by the voices of our community and will provide not only clinical care, but also workforce development, wraparound supports, research, scientist, researcher, and innovative solutions to improve maternal and infant health. With the support of our anchor partners, Rutgers University, Capitol Health, and the Trenton Health Team, we are committed to ensuring families receive care that is culturally inclusive and responsive to their needs. We also extend our gratitude to the New Jersey Economic Development Authority for their support in the construction and the development of this important facility. Tara, we both are part-time architects, but it's a good thing. We also recognize that MIA recently welcomed a team of community-based doulas, bringing subject matter expertise and lived experience to our staff team. Their inclusion expanded our small but mighty team, but they really brought us the lived experience. They really validated the things that we were working on. When we started working with the doulas on the doula curriculum about a year ago, we had just used them as subject matter experts at a distance. And what we realized shortly thereafter was that we needed them as part of our DNA. We needed them in our office. So we hired 4 doulas who are here today. I'll just ask them to stand up, and they're part of the MIA team. This is important because sometimes it feels like, where are they? Thank you. It's important because sometimes it feels like it's us in government and the community in another place. And now we are all together, working as a team, working towards the same goals and objectives. So, our team I mentioned is small and we're mighty, but we cannot lead this work alone. The last I heard, there was 800 of us in here. Each one of us has a role to play. As the African proverb goes, if you want to go fast, you go alone. And if you want to go far, you go together. We want to go far. And we at MIA are a platform for partnership. Our role is to support, uplift, and connect. So what have we heard today? Let's recap some of the things we've heard today. From our first panel, we were reminded that lived experience is not a footnote, it's a foundation. The stories shared today are something we must honor not just with applause, but with action, as we are reminded that trust is not built in a moment. It requires transparency, feedback loops, follow-through, and shared decision-making. Our second panel highlighted the impact of creative partnerships between clinical and community leaders, showcasing promising care integration models in New Jersey and beyond, and underscoring the need for continued funding, shared infrastructure, and sustained commitment. These themes of this conference are not just guiding principles. They are foundational to everything MIA stands for. These themes are deeply embedded in the work already underway across New Jersey. Now let me walk you through a few examples. Community engagement. Rutgers School of Public Health, under the direction of Dr. Leslie Cantor, worked with community organizations to identify and train local women to serve as researchers focused on the perinatal experiences of Black and Latina women in New Jersey. Why is this important? This is important because they developed surveys, conducted interviews, analyzed results, and shared their findings with their communities. One of the greatest strengths of this model is the authenticity and the validation that research gains when guided by folks with lived experiences. Their voices, insights, and leadership strengthened every phase of the work. And I think in today's conversation we heard about the need to have community-based research. At this time, I would also like to invite those community researchers to please stand and be recognized. In the same vein of centering community, we've heard quite a bit about resources. I think it was Dr. Ndidi who said, don't go to knock on anybody's door with crumbs. We are launching, in the same vein of centering community, we are launching the GLOW Grant in 2026, a $1 million investment in small community-based organizations working to improve maternal and infant health. Each grantee will receive funding, mentorship, and technical support through the MIA Academy, helping them to grow their impact and their sustainability. Let's talk about innovative partnerships. Investing in communities goes hand in hand with building innovative partnerships. About a year ago, I think I stood here and I had a thought that I shared with you. And I said, what if we could train doulas to become AI programmers? People laughed. It was entertaining. It sounded aspirational, maybe even a bit far-fetched. But guess what? It's already happening through the partnership with the New Jersey Office of Innovation. This office has been working with doulas to develop digital tools to streamline the Medicaid doula enrollment process. This is proof that when we collaborate boldly, even the most ambitious ideas can flourish and come to fruition. At times, the work has felt siloed, but MIA is committed to changing this narrative by building bridges, fostering collaboration, and creating space for shared innovation. We're proud to be partnering with 22 state agencies. The New Jersey Department of Labor has worked with us to expand paid family leave, and we're working with them to develop multilingual, culturally tailored educational materials for families. And just this month, we have a new collaboration, and as I was trying to get some lunch, someone came to me, Elise Pivnik from Isles, and said, this collaboration came out of a conversation that I had at this summit last year. She said, I heard you up there talking about transportation. Everybody was saying transportation was such an issue. And she went back to her office in Trenton and started thinking about how we could solve this. So I'm proud to say, with support from the Department of Labor and the Department of Transportation, MIA just began offering free, eco-friendly transportation in electric cars for pregnant and postpartum individuals and perinatal workers in Trenton. So this is an example of what can happen just in this space. This is what innovation looks like: meeting people where they are, working together, and removing barriers that stand in the way to care. I'll talk a bit about the workforce development efforts. We know that improving outcomes means investing in people, which is why we've hired the doula team that I asked to stand a few minutes ago. Over the past year, they've been instrumental in developing curriculum, launching our training program, developing tools to expand access, and preparing to host our first doula town hall in January. This picture was taken just yesterday at their graduation. I have to tell you that I was in the office doing a bunch of things, and I thought maybe I'll miss the graduation, and something said to me, you'll meet Mr. Harris today, and you'll want to tell him that you went to the graduation because the work is urgent, but you need to stay in the spaces that keep you connected to the work. So I got up, I went to this graduation, and it really moved me. These women, about a dozen of them, have been trained to be community-based doulas and to serve their community. They will change the game. They talked to me about how appreciative they were of this training. They talked to me about the ways that they would impact their communities. And I shared my own birth story with them and told them that I actually needed them 29 years ago when I had my first child. And why do I say that? Because I went into labor at home with my mom, and my mom said she was too nervous to drive. So I ended up driving my mom to the hospital with me. And so I said to the doulas, I say that my mom was a doula, but she should have been in your class because I'm sure your class teaches you to drive your patients to the hospital. But long story short, I made it to the hospital. I think I was 9 centimeters, and I was in a wheelchair, and I coughed, and the baby was already here. But I say that to say that this type of support for a mother is really critical. And sometimes our family members mean well, but they're too close to this issue. And so I said to them that I wish that I had a class of doulas like this that I could have pulled for from my own experience. MIA is not just about building systems. We're listening. We've asked our MIA doula team what gives them hope about the future of this work, and their responses were very powerful. They spoke about the diversity of the team across age, experience, culture, and education, and how that richness strengthens our collective vision. They highlighted MIA's unique structure, which allows for more flexibility and creativity than traditional government models. One doula described her journey as a coloring book, once filled with outlines, now with pages coming to life in vibrant color, though many still remain unfilled. This is a reminder that this work is ongoing and full of possibility. They also shared their excitement about growing stakeholder interest, including national inquiries about MIA, and above all, they expressed belief in MIA's potential to drive real change through advocacy, policy, and philanthropy. These reflections are more than hopeful. They're a reminder that when we center community voices, we build something lasting, something transformative. As I close, I invite you once again to just imagine. Imagine a world where all mothers and babies flourish. Imagine what becomes possible if we work hand in hand with local schools, preparing students to become the next generation of maternal health leaders. I have met Sienna Padmore and Allison Parrish, two Rutgers School of Medicine students who are here today and who are poised to be those next maternal health leaders. If they're here, please stand. Imagine a future where midwifery and community-based care are strengthened and accessible in every neighborhood. Imagine a world where Hey Black Dad, Peter Bullock, if you're here, please stand, and the importance of fathers is something that we do statewide. Imagine a world where ER space is dedicated to pregnant patients, as the young woman just described. Dr. Ayers and Dr. Bachman, I look to you to help me think about this. Maybe this is something that we could pilot at Robert Wood Johnson. Imagine a world where the power of blending community wisdom with cutting-edge technology or the arts to create tools that are innovative, equitable, and grounded in lived experience. I don't know if the Flourish Care Group is still here, but imagine that world. This is the heart of our work, and the question now is, where do we go from here? We move forward by centering families and communities as equal partners, breaking down system barriers, investing in community-based organizations, prioritizing transparency and accountability, and building models that seamlessly integrate clinical care with community support. The work ahead is urgent, but it's also filled with promise. Today made one thing clear. New Jersey has the insight, leadership, and collective strength to build a maternal health system where every family thrives. MIA is committed to walking this path shoulder to shoulder with all of you as we work towards a world where every mother and baby can flourish. We encourage you to stay connected and to explore ways that you can collaborate with us. I was able to speak to many of you, but not all of you. So please scan the QR code and reach out to us to share your interest. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, so this is it. I know you're all tired of hearing me today, but first of all, how about a huge thank you to Lisa. In all honesty, for her leadership and her vision and her just incredibly deep commitment, not just to the policy, but to the people. And we are in great hands going forward. So God bless you. We're watching you, and I'm so excited. I have a lot of hope, and that's largely you. I still have your number. Okay. All right. So as we come to a close of today's summit and the close of this chapter of Nurture NJ, I want to take a few moments just to reflect on where we have been, where we are, and where we're headed. When we started this journey nearly 8 years ago, we were confronting a stark reality. New Jersey, a state with world-class health systems and extraordinary providers, was failing far too many of its mothers and babies, especially Black and brown mothers and babies. What has happened since then has been nothing short of transformation. We've seen policy changes, yes, expansion of Medicaid coverage for doulas, paid leave enhancements, investments in nurse home visitation, and the creation of MIA and the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center. We've seen the data begin to shift. Our maternal mortality ranking is improving, severe maternal morbidity is declining, breastfeeding rates are rising, unnecessary C-sections are falling, and more families are accessing critical supports through Connecting New Jersey and Family Connects NJ. But perhaps most importantly, we've seen a change of culture. We've moved from asking communities to come find us to bringing government to communities through family festivals, social media, listening sessions, and partnerships with local organizations. We've moved from siloed programs within government to regular cross-agency collaboration with 22 departments and agencies recognizing that maternal and infant health actually is their business. We've moved from siloed efforts and limited community engagement to shared governance and real community input. And we've moved from maternal health as an afterthought of government to maternal health as a central priority of the governor's office and administration. That was only possible because thousands of you across professions, sectors, and communities decided that this crisis was unacceptable and that you, individually and collectively, would lend your time, your expertise, and your courage to changing that. As proud as I am of what we have accomplished together, I want to be very clear. Our work is far from over. We still see disparities that are rooted in centuries of systemic racism and inequity. We still see families falling through the cracks because of housing insecurity, food insecurity, behavioral health challenges, and gaps in our system of care. We still hear stories, sometimes devastating ones, that remind us that progress on paper does not always feel like progress in the exam room, the delivery room, or the early months at home. That's why days like today matter so very much. Your ideas about breaking down silos, strengthening partnerships, and centering families will shape the next phase of Nurture NJ through MIA, through future summits and leadership convenings, and through the daily work of agencies and organizations across our state. The next administration will bring its own perspectives, its own priorities. But with MIA in place, with the strategic plan in hand, with a growing body of evaluation from Rutgers School of Public Health, with the tremendous opportunity provided by the Maternal and Infant Health Innovation Center, and with this powerful network of maternal health leaders, my deepest hope is that they will see what you and I see. And I think we heard today from the governor-elect, she does. That investing in maternal and infant health is not just the right thing to do, it's the smartest thing we can do for the health, the strength, and the future of our state. On a personal note, as I stand here at our final summit at as this state's First Lady, I am filled with emotion. Indeed, on behalf of my amazing, I mean really amazing team, led by my leading lady and mayor-elect, may I tell you all, Stephanie Lagos. and including many who are here today either as the stalwarts in my office or in their new roles, transitioning this work to the future. I know we all are emotional. Please may I ask each of you, Stephanie, Lauren, Haley, Maggie, Kieran, and Sabrina, to stand up and take a bow. You believed we could be better and fearlessly worked together over many years. I'm really grateful to each of you, as well as the others who have left a permanent imprint who are not here today. Joanne, Pietra, the one and only Shannon McGee, Alex Altman, alongside scores of interns. I just want to say to you all, deep that was supposed to be okay. All right, so that was supposed to be deep and very humble thanks, and it is very humble. I also think of the advocates who pushed us, sometimes gently, sometimes not so gently, to move faster, to go further, and to always center equity more deeply in our work. I think of the nurses, the doctors, the midwives, the doulas, home visitors, social workers, and community health workers who, on days when systems fell short, make all the difference in a family's life. I think of the mothers I have met in clinics, in community centers, at family festivals, and in hospital hallways, both those who shared their joy and those who shared their grief. And I think of my own husband and children. I remember the fear, the mess, the laughter, and the overwhelming love of those early days with each of them. And I imagine what it would be like to go through that without support, without respect, or without the assurance you will even survive childbirth. As a mother of 4, I can tell you this: there is no work more important than ensuring that people can bring life into this world safely and that they can begin their journey as a family with dignity, joy, and support. This work has been the honor of my lifetime. It's the legacy I most hope to leave with all of you. So as we close, I want to leave you with a charge. To those working in government, keep listening. Bring community to the decision-making table, not just to the feedback session. Use data and evidence, not as a shield, but as a guide. And remember that every statute and regulation translates into real experiences for real people. To those in health systems, continue to confront bias, rethink how care is delivered, and partner authentically with doulas, with midwives, with community organizations, and with families. Measure what matters and let outcomes drive change. To those in community-based organizations, keep leading. Your innovations are the backbone of a humane and effective system of care. To our philanthropic and private sector partners, please stay at the table. Use your resources to fuel community-led solutions and to sustain that which works. And to the moms, dads, grandparents, and family members who've shared their stories and trusted us with their truths, please know that we hear you and we will never stop fighting for a system that truly deserves your trust. I often say that pregnancy and childbirth should be sacred and joyful, not frightening, not dangerous, and certainly not a life or death gamble. Imagine a New Jersey where every pregnant person, regardless of their race, their income, their zip code, has access to respectful, high-quality, culturally competent care. Every new parent receives the home and community supports they need to thrive, not just survive. Every baby is welcomed into a world where their health and well-being are a central priority, and every policy decision, from transportation to housing to environmental regulation, is made with an eye towards its impact on moms, babies, and families. That is the New Jersey I believe we can create together. We're not there yet, but we are closer than we've ever been, and we are moving in the right direction because of all of you. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for walking this journey with me, for your partnership, your persistence, and your belief in that a different future is truly possible. I really cannot wait, Lisa, to see what happens next. So to each of you, thank you. Safe travels home. Please do not stop nurturing New Jersey's moms and babies. The work continues, and so must we. Happy holidays, everyone.
You make you strong.